Now we're live.
That's music to our ears. I'll say it collectively because Danya's a hero. We're just starting here. I see us live, but Danya had to put everything back together from scratch. So Danya, you're awesome. Appreciate you
No,
getting it all done.
it's frankly kind of unbelievable, like how bad the quote unquote state of the art broadcasting service is. And I'm not talking about the radio or the National Public Radio. I'm talking about OBS. And I think it could stand for a lot of things, but I'm not going to elucidate them because we have some games to watch and we have some audio and video to check. So let us know. You guys know the drill.
Is my channel live? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I
Your
see it on
channel,
you. I see it on yours
your
and on
Twitch.
YouTube. And
That's easy to correct if it's not.
I don't think it is. But otherwise, I see thank dog on a rooftop. And Apeling, look at that. We got some primers out here.
Now
It's
you're
a
live.
thank you, Danya. Happy Thursday to everybody, and happy Norway Chess Round 9. So sorry, everybody. The Streamlabs just absolutely collapsed and didn't save anything, which is weird because it always does. But Danya is a hero. He's not just a brilliant commentator
Oh,
and
way
player.
way too many compliments to start the show.
Yeah. You're gonna take them because you literally put everything back together while we were on that call. So well done.
Thank you. I could get used to this, except I don't exactly give myself compliments when I wake up. Are we going to give compliments to either of the sides here? The round has just begun, but the moves are coming in. I'm going to take my traditional break in just a little while. But before I do, we have a Catalan in. I don't know if I'd call this the marquee matchup. It probably is the marquee matchup just because they've played a world championship match. They've played each other so many times through the years. They've had a lot of games that kind of will go down in chess history. Will this be another, let's say, entry into the Carlsen-Caruana, memory book?
Well, it's an interesting start. So whenever these two play, I think what you're getting at, it's
What's a raspy? What does that mean?
it's just my voice. It's all good. I have a raspy voice
It's
apparently.
really raspy. Welcome to Norway Chess.
Well, I'm going to try to answer the question that you asked if I can remember it. I mean, whenever these two play, there's a ton of hype.
Go on, go on. Sorry.
No, you're fine. It's just that these two have been the top two players for most of the last decade. Of course, Fabi has fallen from number two, but he's going to be in the candidates, and Magnus remains the highest rated player. But whenever these two play, there's a ton of hype. There's so much history between them. A World Chess Championship match, which was all games ending in a draw, 12 games, 12 draws. Then Magnus was just an absolute I don't even know the right word for it. He was a force in the rapid tiebreaker and beat Fabiano. But Donna, here we have a fighting opening from the start. If we do a quick material count and then we can start from the beginning, Black is currently up a pawn, and White's compensation is in harmonious pieces and rapid development. But what you want to take us back? Do you want to talk about the dynamics as they currently are? You steer the ship, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take us back because I hope that the right pieces are moving here. That's another thing we should make sure of.
The wrong pieces are moving.
The wrong pieces are moving?
Yeah.
Oh no, the wrong pieces are moving. So okay, well let me think about this for a second. Okay. In that case, just a moment. Let's bring this back to. Okay, how about now?
I have a. Yep, you did it
Okay,
right.
okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so we want the eval bar on the analysis board or on the live board, and no eval bar on the live board.
You really did put this all together in a hurry, but you did a great job.
It's a
Also, I have to
bootleg
say,
stream, as we like to call it.
don't these pieces look like they're straight out of Zurich 1953?
I guess that's a good. I mean, I am like a piece changer. Every day, I feel like I try to change the piece set for inspiration, but I feel like I'm on an island. And you know who else is on an island is Magnus Carlsen because we have a completely traditional mainline Catalan. I've explained this in an earlier broadcast. After d takes c4, basically white has two approaches. The standard approach is what Magnus played queen c2. Okay? Recently, because queen c2 has been met with this move b5, in order to avoid this line, white has begun to play queen to a4, or more recently, I should say, like this started in the 1970s. And here, basically, black has to play into the traditional main line with a6, queen takes c4, b5, queen c2, bishop b7, etc., etc. What Magnus does is something crazy. He plays queen to c2. Fabiano plays a7, a6. And instead of playing queen takes c4 or a2, a4, which are the two moves that have predominated sort of the theoretical development, rook to d1 is a move I have never, I'm sure it's been played, but I've never seen this move before, simply allowing black to secure his extra pawn with b7, b5. And what's important is that even though knight e5 has been played, it doesn't like win the rook or anything. Fabiano blocks that attack with his knight, and the move e2, e4 would kick away the knight, but at a very heavy price of blocking in white's own bishop. So instead we see b3 undermining black's pawn chain. Very typical move in these Catalan structures, although maybe not in this position, trade on b3. So white has engineered a long-term pawn sacrifice for compensation that may not be obvious to the naked eye or to our, let's say, non-Catalan exposed viewer. After knight d3, it is black to play. Magnus with an hour 57 minutes on his clock, so clearly preparation.
I will dive into the live board, but if you don't mind going back to rook d1 for a second, because I have a story for you.
You have a story? I like stories.
I do. So after rook d1, I found a game, Maya Chiburdinidze versus Johan Hjartarson.
Really?
From Linares, 1988.
It's actually a Hjartarson game?
Yes, Hjartarson.
Because Johan Hjartarson is like my stand-in for any like obscure GM. If people who've heard my stream know this, like I'll just say Hjartarson for any, but he doesn't actually have any games. Like he hasn't actually played chess.
Well, he did defeat Maya Chiburdinidze in Linares, 1988, on the black side of this starting position at the rook d1. So that's not really that relevant. The game has taken a completely different turn, but I just wanted to do an impression for you.
I really appreciate it. I'm very touched. I see actually a couple of games from the 1980s. As for more recent, okay, this is the Dubov version. Holy smokes. Dubov has 1, 2. Okay, this counts blitz games. I see Dubov Carlsen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dubov Anand 2015 1-0. 11. Okay, wow. 11 games by Daniel Dubov. Probably 8 of them are Title Tuesday games. Let's check. Okay, Title Tuesday. Carlsen Dubov Blitz. Title Tuesday. Mr. Dodgy Blitz. Title Tuesday. Title Tuesday. SCC against Vidit. Title Tuesday. China-Russia Summit. Okay, that was finally a classical game. In Kievan Blitz. He beat Vocaturo... Provocaturo in the Bundesliga, and he beat Anand in the World Blitz. Wow. So, mostly Title Tuesday.
Yeah, so Dubov, I guess, is the king of this variation, which by association allows Magnus to shine in it as well, because Magnus trained with Daniil Dubov. He's the second for the World Chess Championship matches. So as we continue to the game position, because it was a pawn sacrifice, white went b3 to... acknowledged that he would remain down a pawn, but opening up the A and C files simultaneously after the exchange of pawns. And I really liked black's move bishop d6, by the way, Danya. We often talk about collinear moves. It's often with like a rook falling short or a queen falling short, but bishop d6 by Fabiano just before knight to d7 was played, I think that's a great choice to fight for the center, because had Fabi, instead of stopping on d6, went all the way to a3 and exchanged bishops, I think that would have handed white an excellent game with complete control of the c5 square in particular. So somebody, who was this? Someone was asking me about compensation. It was Amnestic asking about it. And the compensation for white is in the form of control of key squares. If black can ever get that c pawn rolling, black will be extremely happy, because if we talk about where that extra pawn resides, it's a 3-on-1 for black from the A through C files. And then white has a 5-on-4 from the D file all the way to the right-hand side of the board, the H file. So black can't easily get those pawns rolling because white's pieces are so active. And so it's kind of a clamp down there. The bishop on G2 pins the knight on D5 towards the bishop on B7. That's another thing that's going in white's favor. The A6 pawn is a backwards pawn, a long-term weakness. The C7 pawn, if black had taken on a3 instead of playing bishop d6, that would have been a problem. So that's why I really like that move bishop d6, Danya. I think it was an excellent choice from Fabiano to keep control over key central squares. If white ever takes on d6, black takes back with the pawn, covering those holes, the e5 square, the c5 square. And for Magnus, he is just trying to keep black at bay. And I think that both sides need to look out. White needs to look out for c5 if black can ever make that work. And black needs to look out for e4 because sometimes e4 followed by e5 can be quite painful tactically.
Yeah, I agree. I think Fabiano has shown himself capable of improvising. I think people like to subscribe to a lot of narratives and sort of prepackaged stories when it comes to Fabiano. You know, the whole Bata Blitz thing, the whole like, oh, if Fabiano is in his prep, he's a monster. The moment he's out of his prep, you know, it's mistake after mistake because that's how you get to 2780 just with good preparation. If only I knew. But here he shows himself. He shows the mendacity of that narrative, and he shows that Fabi, just like any other top player with so much experience, can adjust to the necessities of the position. Plans his bishop on d6, now develops his knight to d7, and the onus is very much in Magnus's court. I mean, Magnus needs to prove compensation for this pawn. Otherwise, as you said, c7, c5 will be slowly or not so slowly carried out. And the c5 square alone, yeah, white is clamping down on it, but not necessarily forever. And even if you maintain your clamp on that square, that doesn't necessarily grant you full compensation for the pawn. So I think this is really, really... it's an interesting choice by Magnus, clearly playing for a win, clearly trying to unbalance the situation. But I think the early middle game in this game will be very, very important to keep track of.
And I see Tayep talking about knight d2 to e4 to c5. I really appreciate the conversation regarding what plans each side may execute. And I mentioned this move e2 to e4, Danya, and that move can be very scary. And in fact, it's played at this moment by Magnus. And I think there's a huge drawback right now for Fabiano, which forces him to take on a3. I think tactically speaking, it is absolutely mandatory because if you play knight back to e7, we're going to see the full punch from the white's e-pawn. The pawn goes up to e5, hitting the bishop on d6 and the bishop on b7 simultaneously. And that's clearly an issue because if you take on g2, white doesn't just capture back there. Just because someone takes your piece doesn't mean you have to take right back. You take the other bishop on d6, and now two minor pieces are hanging. The knight on e7, the bishop on g2, and black will be down a piece.
And that knight on e7, if it's captured, that's like opening Pandora's box. That's like another fork, and at that point you're playing giveaway chess, which neither of these players is particularly known to admire. If you're not going to e7, if you're going to a square like b6, let's say knights... Actually, this has to be written as knight 5 to b6. People really trip up on that notation. Can white still play e5? Or does this lose its... I mean, obviously it loses some of its effectiveness, but I don't think Fabi wanted to allow any of this. None of these e5 lines Fabi wanted to allow, which is why he's just taken on a3 intermezzo, or as one of the regulars at our Charlotte Chess Center likes to say, intermezzo. He also calls Yevgeny Sveshnikov Avengy Sveshnikov, like the Avengies.
That's awesome.
Shout out to PM are his initials.
Avengy Sveshnikov. That's really good. But in this position, we see Fabi takes on a3. I think that was very, very smart and necessary because Donna, even if knight e7 was particularly bad, knight to f6 or to b6, there were some ideas with white playing knight to c5 as well. So it wasn't just about the e-pawn push. It was about the d file opening up and a rook winning the showdown. So Donna, we've seen it trade on a3. Magnus takes back with the rook. He will play probably knight to d2 next, and that rook on d1 could slide over to a1. So it's all about the pressure here. That black is clearly not getting c5 anytime soon, and white will remain down a pawn. The bishop on b7 covers the weakness on a6. But we start painting a picture about this game. Right? If the light square bishops come off, a6 will likely fall. How big of a deal is that? It's just giving back your extra pawn. The c-file is open, and maybe white can put a rook on c1 and continue to apply pressure. So oftentimes, Danya, I found that the engine says that black is no worse in these positions, but it's not always easy to keep up move after move when you don't have active squares for your pieces.
I totally agree. And the concept of a positional sacrifice and a long-term compensation, people think it's something exceedingly complicated that is not, let's say, understandable by players of the average level, but it is understandable. The whole point of positional sacrifice is that you're not necessarily trying to The gains are not immediate. You're not trying to win the material back on the very next move. You're not trying to deliver checkmate or set up some sort of an attack. You're, let's say, playing for squares, playing for long-term positional pressure on the queen side, right? It's not crazy hard to understand, but it's hard to find. It's hard to evaluate. It's hard to understand. Like, am I giving up too much? Right? Is the compensation illusory? Am I going to illusory this game? Am I going to illusory this commentator job if I make any more puns? The questions are aplenty, and so are the games, because we've got some other games developing. I will take only 2 breaks today, I promise. I claim my first one after I put another game up on the screen, if that's okay with you.
Yes, and we should probably
people are saying, why no eval bar? There is an eval bar, no?
Yes, there is on the live board. So don't worry. Sometimes people want the live eval during the analysis, but that's okay. I mean,
well, we don't. So
we
decide because we're bosses.
And you said a joke about losing your commentator job. It's not possible. We're independent here. We're doing our own thing. And thank you everybody who's tuning in and making this possible for us, supporting us. We want to make this a recurring, ongoing partnership. So all of your support is very meaningful. Please follow the channels. What's up?
Speaking of long-term compensation, yeah, we wanted to talk about how much long-term compensation we're receiving, which is exactly 0. Well, we are receiving compensation from, like the PBS round review. This show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you for watching.
Hey, we do thank everybody. We appreciate it. Everyone's being pretty awesome in chat, and whether on YouTube or Twitch. So
this break is brought to you by Daniel Naroditsky, who will be back in a couple minutes.
Okay, well, Danya's gone, which means that you know what time it is. Do your thing, chat, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch. I'm looking. You're talking about Hikaru winning. I think you're just saying things, and you're using all caps, so you're definitely just saying things. That's always a sign on when people are watching and just spamming capital letters. But this Hikaru-Arjun Arjun game is fascinating. When I first look at the position, both sides have a compromised pawn structure. Black has an isolated a7 pawn and c6 pawn. White has an isolated e3 pawn. Those could become targets in the, I think for Black, it's a distant future that those pawns become weak, but for White, the e3 pawn can be attacked probably at any moment. But what we need to talk about the advantages for each side. For Hikaru, he's already castled queenside. His rook is on an open file, the d file. His queen and bishop are lined up, and it's his turn. He can even consider taking this pawn on h7, going full Fischer, maybe getting his bishop trapped over there. It's unclear to me if Black is able to trap it in. I don't actually think so. When Danya comes back, we will explore that line in more detail. So the h7 pawn is directly under attack. That's going in White's favor. The rooks are already connected. I would say that Black's lack of development, the fact that the king remains in the center, is something that is a drawback of Arjun's position. And so we're going to have to get a little bit more specific. We're going to have to dive into some of the calculation with bishop takes h7 here, because if White doesn't take that pawn on h7, Black will then play h6, castle the king, and try to use the 2 bishops to his advantage. So for those of you in chat right now, I see that you are... Wow, thank you, Sergey, on YouTube. I see that Donnie's away, but I'm sure he's going to express his appreciation when he gets back. Appreciate all the support there. And I see also a hype train going on thanks to Brock in Donnie's chat. So thank you again, everybody, and Random Living Guy. Thanks to everybody who's being so supportive and helping us out here as we try to continue this partnership. But I was going to ask you a question, and I wanted to know, would you take this pawn on h7? Would you be brave enough to grab this h7 pawn? The Black king is not castled. That bishop could get trapped, like Bobby Fischer's against Boris Spassky. So what do you think? In the live position, if you had the white pieces, would you take this pawn on h7? Hello, Tuck Sharks. Thank you, Cosmic Goat. Appreciate you all. So how many answers are we going to get here? Some people are saying take, take, take. That's good. Some people are saying they would not take. They're scared. Some other people would, probably because they're greedy. They're pawn grabbers. And Zenbeat giving some good feedback there, that if White were to take on h7 and Black tried to block the bishop and pawn to g6, that's probably losing for Black, because White can just sacrifice the bishop, for 2 and then 3 pawns, and then go after the wide open black king. And I see some people saying that you'd be worried that Arjun is prepping that line. I don't think that your worry is misplaced. You can see that he has nearly his full allotment of time. He spent almost 6 minutes, and Hikaru now has spent 25 plus minutes as he tries to work out what to do here. Bishop takes h7. It's a big decision to make, and it's really not that simple. It's not as straightforward as, okay, I get a pawn, you can do nothing about it. Perhaps in the interim, while white is distracted over taking on h7, and then will eventually have to bring the bishop back, black will then focus his attention at the white king. So that's something I didn't mention earlier, because I did want to show some of the ideas. But for Arjun, he has not castled his king. Kings are not on the same side of the board. So black can slide a rook to b8, a queen up to a5, and start trying to apply serious pressure against the white king. Thank you, Catalan. Appreciate the sub. Appreciate all those primes out there. So, Scorpion, it's true what you're saying there in the YouTube chat, that the bishop can't be trapped. Black will not be able to castle with the bishop sitting on h7. Those are all true things. But it takes time. So bishop takes h7 doesn't just take a pawn. It takes some time. It doesn't allow you to, say, get your second rook into the action. The h1 rook is sitting back there. Black will be able to counter. And, for example, after bishop takes h7, the white queen will be stuck on that diagonal for at least one more turn, or the bishop will have to move again to save itself. And while white is doing all that kind of thing, that black will be able to play rook b8, queen a5, and go for the queen side. So I see that Danya is seated. He's back. So we're going to be able to look into individual moves and concepts here. Danya, how was your mini break there?
Excellent. The coffee is brewing. I'm also helping myself to a little sweet tea.
Ooh.
It's a very rare treat.
Do you also have some pecan pie and homemade wine?
Some homemade wine.
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's a name for that, like mulled wine. Oh, mulled wine is something else.
I'm just checking.
No homemade wine, but I am turning into a real North Carolinian. Still have all my teeth, but, you know, give me another 50, 60 years of on-a-made sweet tea.
I'm waiting to see if anybody gets the reference. So far, nobody has.
Oh, that was a reference?
It absolutely was a reference.
And what was that reference to?
Wow, not a single person. Because you said you have sweet tea, so I asked you about pecan pie and homemade wine. That's chicken fried. There we go.
It's a musical.
Somebody.
It sounds like some Broadway musical from the 70s. Cabaret?
We've got one person who got it right. So thank you. No, it's from the song Chicken Fried. So anyway, Danya, back to the chess. I was saying bishop takes h7.
That was so cringe. Oh my god.
And now we got people enjoying themselves in the chat. But Danya, bishop takes h7. The chat correctly understood that g6 will not successfully trap the bishop because bishop takes g6, f takes g6, queen takes g6 check, and there's way too much firepower about to be aimed at the black king. So this kind of variation with king d8, queen g7, followed by knight to e5, for example, it looks like it's just over.
Ooh. And what's important is that I always like to say this, it seems to be a banal point. White hasn't sacrificed anything in this position, right? White has 3 pawns for a piece. So it's not like people automatically assume I have to calculate until mate. No, you don't, right? Even if you can't visualize this position clearly, it's obvious what actually black has sacrificed something. White has 4 pawns for the piece. But Hikaru Nakamura, after a lengthy thought, I heard every word that you said there, every wise thought that you shared. I mean, he might be helping himself to, I might be helping myself to some sweet tea, but he hasn't helped himself to this h7 pawn out of this Alapin Sicilian. It's hard to even identify the opening if you just look at this position. He's played the move g4. G4, Johan Hjerdersen. I should know this line, but I don't.
I think Arjun might still be in theory, but Hikaru certainly is not. But Danya, I mean, if we analyze bishop takes h7 a little more, we just were able to demonstrate g6 would be a bad reply. So a lot of people were asking, isn't that just a free pawn? But what I mentioned was that white's not just taking a pawn, he's taking time because he'll have to spend another turn moving his bishop back. So if black plays queen a5 right out of the gates, hitting this a2 pawn immediately, how would white defend that pawn?
Oh, let me be naive and say king b1.
Okay, rook to b8.
Okay, let me be naive and say king to a1 because I see this threat of bishop a3. I'm scared, and so I play king a1.
And I haven't figured the rest out, but moves like c5 come to mind for black to open up that bishop and try to get it to a4. That seems like a pretty reasonable plan, but maybe there's something better that you may see in a position like this.
I mean, it's a very hard position to evaluate. Extremely hard position to evaluate because, yeah, you're right. White is sacrificing 2 tempi in return for this pawn on h7, which may or may not become relevant later in the game. So, I don't know. I guess Hikaru, he was displaying that fish soup that he had during his Title Tuesday stream, so maybe it's still making him feel satiated. And g4 is the move of a man who's helped himself to plenty of Norwegian cuisine. So he's kind of playing positionally. Like, I'm not getting the vibe necessarily that he wants to rip Arjun limb from limb. On the other hand, what I think Hikaru is doing is playing against black's king in the longer run, because he's saying, okay, you can castle queenside, but that seems to be a very unsafe place. Staying in the center, eventually that strategy is going to backfire. What he wants is for Arjun to play a move like h6, and then the king side will also be a very unsafe place. So if I had to like parse the underlying strategy here, that's kind of what I would say, but I'm not totally sure.
I think your point is very well taken, right? Like, black can save the pawn for now, but white will use that pawn as a hook sooner rather than later. H4, G5, and so on. White has coordination here. Black is not fully developed. The king is still in the center, so you haven't allowed both rooks to play their part. So I do think that G4 is a smart move, especially when you take into account that Arjun was playing instantly. So you've now taken Arjun out of his preparation. That could mean you've made a mistake. That's oftentimes when a player slows down, who knows seemingly everything about the opening, you feel like, uh-oh, I made the 5th best move in the position that they didn't study. But you can see that Arjun isn't responding instantly, and that means both players are now on their own. That's probably good news for Hikaru because his position still looks quite healthy.
I actually play this line from the white side, and I don't think that this is Arjun's preparation.
Really?
Spar versus Svane. I'm checking reference here. I'll tell you in a second. No, they were out of theory by move. Actually, white's 10th move is already like virtually unplayed. Oh, wait a second. We've transposed to Zhigalko Niemann. Titled Tuesday. Wow, queen c7. Huh. This is absolutely fascinating. You know, it's amazing. No, but wow.
Just because it hasn't been played, Danya, doesn't mean it's not preparation.
Actually, what's interesting is the position before bishop d7. I'll have to switch the boards here in a second just because it hurts my neck to look right so many times.
Okay.
But just long story short, where were the key sort of points in terms of opening theory? This was an Alpen Sicilian. Both of us, I think, are Alpen players. I'm a lifelong Alpen player with white. People who watch my stream, they know that. My apologies. my condolences. I'm an Alpen player. My condolences to you. Your chess experience has been ruined. So knight a3 is the move recommended in the recent Chessable course by Genguli and Kazimjanov. This is one of their many, as well as in this other Alpen book that I used as a reference, the book by Alexander Khalifman. Bishop b3, c takes d4, and now the whole point is this intermezzo knight b5. And of course, you can't take the bishop, blah, 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 because you get 4. So here black has 2 moves. There's queen to d7 and queen to d8. Queen to d8 is inaccurate because after knight b takes d4, white is slightly better. Queen to d7, of course, is the state-of-the-art move. Arjun Naroditsky knows it. The point is that black's knight on c6 is now protected, and you can safely develop your bishop to e7. Here, there are a couple of moves, but bishop d3 is far from the most common. So already after knight d5, we're essentially in fresh territory. And it is very, very common in this line, both for white to give up the bishop on e3 like this in order to open the f-file. This is a common idea. Conversely, it is a common idea for black to not take on c6 with the queen. Why not? Well, because the queen on c6 is going to be very vulnerable to moves like these, to moves like knight to d4. The d-file is going to be open. And sometimes after b takes c6, Robert, the semi-open b-file actually favors black. So the pawn structure here is not the most important factor. After 000. We've transposed to one game from the 2018 Bulgarian Women's Championship, a game between a 1700 and an 1800. Surely both players have studied it. Move 1 to the final move. Bishop d7 deviates from that game, and we're officially in completely fresh territory.
That's a nice trip down memory lane, and it's full of rich nuances, right? Taking on c6 with the pawn rather than the queen. White allowing this isolated pawn on e3 and handing black the bishop pair, but there's a reason for all of this, right? White has more development, castled king, has a queen and bishop lined up in a battery. The rook on d1 is a very happy piece, and the rook on h1 can always slide over to the f1 square to apply pressure down that semi-open file. So I like that you went through the history of this opening and to see who's played it and how often it's been played. And I guess we're in rare territory. And for the moment, it looks like things are going all right for both players.
No, I'm not reading chat, but what I will do is I'll do something to where you can chat in one channel and we see it in another. No, Jacob said I'm not reading chat. But yeah, sorry for the frantic, trip and description. There's just so much there. There's so much there. I think I accepted your invite, Robert.
Okay.
And let me just very quickly, probably it's time to transition to a different game. What do you think? Like, as we do that, I'll switch the two boards.
1 sec. I'm just trying to also figure out if my microphone do I sound good to you?
There's a bit of a static in my headphones. I assume that was coming from my headphones, but wait, now you sound great. Oh my God.
Really?
Oh, no more static.
What just changed?
Did you change something?
No, I saw that some people mentioned my audio, and now I wanted to check.
Now you sound fantastic to me. I don't know how you sound to people in the chat. You always sound fantastic, of course.
Oh, thank you. They said they can hear me all right, so I don't know what's going on. But if you do notice anything, please let us know. We're trying. We're producing while commentating and doing everything by us too. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Dude, Rome wasn't built in a day, and it's like when I stream and people complaining is the Lord's work, right? Because if you don't complain, we don't know that you're not having the best possible experience. So you are doing holy work when you complain. But there's a certain threshold to where if you did activity X, then you would understand. Like sentences of this kind can strike people as condescending, but with like producing and streaming, it truly is that way. It's like it all seems very like, okay, start streaming, like copy the board, what could possibly go wrong? And then when you start doing it, you learn all these things about what needs to be done in advance. And the answer is everything, basically. Daniel.
Daniel, sorry, I'm just trying to see if there's any settings. I'm multitasking, listening to you, watching out for puns.
Yeah, in Zoom, check your audio source in Zoom.
I'm doing that. It says it's my microphone. That's why let me turn it on and off. 1 sec.
I mean, it's also fine. While Robert does that, I'm going to do something very, very quickly, guys. So this is going to be the live board, which is going to be this one. Just give me a moment, folks. And then here we're going to have the analysis board plus bar. So we're going to have the Arjun-Naroditsky game.
Okay. I'm back. I chose the correct setting. Hopefully all is well, but It seemed like it was fine to begin with. So
I'm just quickly switching the two boards so that I don't kill myself while commentating.
People are saying it was better the other day, so I really don't know what's going on because I haven't changed anything. But
welcome to our world. Yeah.
I'm looking at all the plugs, making sure everything is.
All the plugs, huh?
Don't know. Sorry, everybody. Just doing our best out here.
Keep your hands off my setup. All right, so we're in the early middlegame.ai of some of these games. Okay, so now what I need to do is do this, and I need to do this. Almost there. Copy.
Okay.
Paste. This will make me commentate better because I will not be like going crazy. Okay, so we need no eval bar here. Back here, we just need this, and then we need this.
I'm just quickly, while you're doing all this, going to look around the horn to see what games are particularly exciting. And, well,
No.
Kukeshkin's Wei is not super exciting just yet.
Is it a huge
Magnus,
bore?
yeah, Magnus and Fabi have taken their game into more positional territory. Hikaru clearly full steam ahead in this game. And I would say one of the more interesting positions, at least out of the opening, is Lei Tingzhe against Humpy Koneru. So eventually we will go on
Yep.
over there, and Humpy is in first place, clear first, in Norway Chess Women. And actually, if she wins her game, I feel like there's a chance she would even be able to clinch first place. I haven't done the math on it, but I do think that that is a mathematical possibility.
Very interesting. I'm almost
Actually,
there.
not quite, given that Ju and Jun and Anamizchik are playing each other right now.
I'm almost there. Okay, so we need. Oh, please work. Please work.
Is it working?
Almost there.
Maybe 9-5.
Annoying.
You got this, Tanya. Everyone's rooting you on.
I'm sorry. I'm always messing things up every time.
No.
It's always my fault. I'm sorry.
Come on, Danya.
I'm gonna have to do this in Microsoft Edge and just make
Since,
another. Shush, Magnus.
What he's chosen here is like it's not the
I don't care.
obvious
I'm just kidding.
obvious continuation in the last
Why is
few
Magnus
moves.
talking?
If-
He's playing a game.
Is he in the confessional right now?
Yes.
Got it.
I think that these players are living in the they're spending more time in the confessional than they are like in at the board essentially.
Well, Magnus has a lot to be forgiven for based on some of his recent outbursts. So
Ooh, good one.
we get it. We get it.
Okay, finally I've fixed it, so we can do Microsoft Edge. That's a good learning experience for me that I need separate browsers for these two boards. Okay, excellent. This looks good to me.
I also like the confessional, by the way. I agree with what Chad is saying.
What is that little thing?
It's always been there, Danya.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's been there since day one.
Really?
Yeah.
It kind of looks pretty.
It looks like a little moon, right?
It does look like a little moon. I could get behind it.
Is that a waning or a waxing crescent?
It's like it's a gibbous. It's a gibbous, semi-gibbous moon. Okay, so we have the live board there and the announce board there. Let's pull up. Just close this window and then we're good. So you were saying Lei Tingzhe against Humpy Koneru. Perfect.
Yeah,
Yes. Let's go.
You know what's funny is I was actually waiting for the Wesley laugh, and then you didn't do it. So you've gotten to the stage where you now know that I'm expecting it, and are mixing it up.
I'd like to do the eval laugh instead. You know what is not funny? That the black played 57 and white played 94 and black will lose their knight, and then you will not be laughing. I can guarantee you, everybody watching, it's funny. What percentage do you think of people laughed when they heard that in the chat?
Oh my goodness. It's actually one of the funniest things ever.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I appreciate it. You're very sweet.
Look at this recent chat there. As a Filipino, this is hilarious.
Aw. Thank you.
Okay, that was good. People are saying, no, the live board doesn't need the names right now because it's the same players playing on both boards. Whew, okay, so Danya, I'm going to try to focus again on the position since I called our attention here. We can start from earlier in the game. This is a known opening, so Black has decided to lash out on the king side and expose some of the squares, and White accepts that, says you can have the pair of bishops. But the reason why I see you going through the game, all this happens is Black is paying, Black's paying full attention to this d5 pawn, and bishop e6 is not typical. That's why you react in that manner. c6 is often what's played in that position. You can also start with bishop e7 to break the pin. So bishop e6 and knight bd7, clearly black is trying to prioritize piece development over a healthier pawn structure. I don't think
Indeed.
much has really changed from the setup. And then we saw that in the game, black played h6 and g5. So I guess the one quote-unquote downside of playing bishop e6 is that your bishop was on a passive square, but it also meant that for Humpy Koneru, she could quickly kick back some of White's aggressive pieces. And as this game has continued, Danya, I think this decision for White to play bishop to e5 in a couple turns is really important, because why is White moving this dark square bishop so many times? Like, it was going to be captured on g3. That's not that big of a deal, you would think. So why play bishop e5? It's precisely because after the trade on e5 right now,
Yep.
after the trade here, the knight on h5, it can go back somewhere, but g7 is a pretty ugly square. You typically want to fianchetto bishops and not knights. And then the knight on f3 now has this d4 square, a very pleasant square for it to hop to. And once that knight is there, it looks over the pawns at the bishop on e6. You could think about playing pawn to f4 and then pawn to f5 and get really aggressive from the white side. You will want to castle at some point. And white can also play the move h2 to h4 to try to rip open the king side in favorable terms. And black's pieces are underdeveloped, the bishop on f8, the rook on h8 not playing, and then also they're on some vulnerable squares, namely the knight on h5 right now.
People just saw me copy the PGN into ChessBase to look this position up. I see 2 games in the database. Only one of them with black to move in this position. So interesting factoid about ChessBase searches. You can search a position in ChessBase and it'll show you all the games from this position. But sometimes because of the various, tempo losses that can happen, you can reach a position to the other side to move. So there's Vugar Rasulov against Michael Concio Jr. Title Tuesday,
Definitely
January
Tuesday.
25. And
I
then
knew it was Title Tuesday.
There was a second game, London 2023, where white was a guy named Khan Durak. Durak in Russian means something that I won't translate. It's not a great word to describe somebody. But queen to c7 is a novelty. Concio, I think I am from the Philippines, played queen to b6 against the grandmaster from Azerbaijan, who castled in return and won a game in 7 more moves.
Do you just want to show the rest of the game?
He brutalized him. Yeah, absolutely brutalized him. Sure. So queen b6 short castle. Look what happened here. Queen b6 short castle. He took on b2. That is a big doo-doo. You're going to land yourself in big doo-doo. Knight a4. Then black played queen a3, so he did move his queen away from being attacked. I'm just trying to memorize the rest of the game so that, Knight to d4, knight to g7, rook to b1, b5, bishop takes b5, takes, queen e7, knight only square for the black queen, by the way, because look at how the knights and the pawn are combining to cover every potential escape square. Which also stops knight c7, check, and black resigned after knight to c5, queen to c7, queen to d4. Black simply resigned in this position, I assume, because of the multitude of threats.
That is I don't really have the words for it, but it's probably not the best game that the player with the black pieces has ever played.
Yeah, he was kind of a Durak in this game. It's also a great card game, which I used to play for hours on end with my brother.
I don't know the reference. I don't know the card game. I have no idea who the chess player is. All I know is that game was not good from the black side.
Thank you, Blackbird Music. I really needed to know that. Not a great game from the black side, but as you were explaining the key ideas in this position, Robert, I think people are divided into 2 camps. If you play this structure, and quick trivia question, folks, what is this pawn structure typically referred to as? I would say like before d takes c5, but even after d takes c5, you have this structure. What's interesting is that when people refer to this structure, they think that they're referring to a variation, Robert, but it doesn't refer to a variation. It refers to any variation that features the moves c takes d5 and e takes d5 and a queen's gambit declined. What is that called? Carlsberg, almost.
It's not the Carl's good either.
Very good. Carl's great. Carl's terrible. Carl's bad. Very good.
Yes. Although with the white pawn on e5 now, it's a lot different because
now
typically,
it's Carl's good.
well, typically white executes the pawn minority attack where you play a rook on b1, pawn to b4, pawn to b5. You can throw your a pawn up the board as well. but that would not pan out in this position. I mean, you've already taken the away from the queen side with d4 takes e5, so the ideas have changed at this stage. And Donnie, we see that queen c7 move played, putting pressure on the e5 pawn, so that knight d4, which is one of the main ideas, that eventually the e5 pawn would be tender. So what do you make of this position? Because I see the evaluation bar off to the side saying black is doing just fine. And in some regards, I feel like white is having the fun dynamically speaking, but black has the long-term pluses. That e5 pawn is a serious weakness. And so if white can't unleash an attack or get a pawn storm going, I do feel like black should have a very good chance to play for not just equality, but for an advantage.
Objectively, I think it's dynamic equality, which, of course, is the phrase that lazy chess commentators like to use when they don't want to embarrass themselves. But in reality, I see the eval bar saying 0-0-0. From a stylistic standpoint, I think this is more to Lei Tingzhe's liking. She's a very dynamic player. She struggled mightily in the Armageddon, so she wants to decide the game, I think, in the classical portion. And as you said, Robert, black has a threat of g4, right? That is a one-move threat. You need to deal with it, absolutely. If white can play knight to d4 here and set up this f2, f4 pawn march and live to tell the tale, black is experiencing also some long-term problems with her king, because castling to the queen side is not so uncommon in this type of line. I've played this from the black side, but it can be very, very scary with the c-file being kind of semi-open, and white quickly putting rook on c1, sometimes even organizing some sort of sack or double sack on c6. And I'm saying all these things, I really mean it. They can happen very, very quickly, much faster than we realize. Just as a illustrative line, this won't happen, just to show people how quickly the danger can grow. Let's say black castles. When white plays a move like knight b5, I said the double sack on c6. I've seen many games decided, Robert, with this type of tactic. Rook takes c6, then forking the queen, picking it up, and the black king will be all alone to face white's entire army, and of course, her extra queen.
You couldn't draw that arrow. You failed like 6 different times.
It's so early. It's not even noon. It's 11:59 here in Charlottetown. It's rainy, foggy, nasty, and humid. But I get to commentate with Robert Hess, so I'm in a Carl's good mood.
Oh, well, clearly misty as well. You can't see. Your vision is blurry because, that you couldn't figure out the arrow there. But I think you're pointing us in the right direction, nonetheless, Danya. That there could be some pressure down down the. Okay, you've lost it, but there is going to be pressure down the queen side if the black king goes over there. But because the black king has that availability, right, that option to go to the queen side. For example, we were talking about knight d4 followed by f4. I actually think that this is way too soon with the white king still sitting on e1. So knight d4 does hit the knight on h5. That seems to win a tempo. The black knight, it scurries back to g7, awkward square, but still looking perfectly reasonable for Humpy. And then f4, right? You're just trying to throw everything forward. I mean, a major issue is that if your g takes f4, e takes f4, white doesn't have a next threat, because f5 will always be met by queen takes e5 check. You can't castle kingside for white because the bishop comes out to c5.
At the dark squares, ugh.
Yeah, it's just a brutal pin. So white is, trying to pretend like he's happy. She's happy in this case, just trying to get f5 in. But in reality, your position collapses very quickly.
Everything that's about dark square here, including the king, is in some trouble. Like, look at this position. Queen to b6 here. The computer is showing a huge advantage for black due to this fork. Another pawn in a dark square falls. You're absolutely right. White has to be very judicious about when she organizes all of this. So according to the computer, like, the only move to keep the balance is queen to a4, which is one of those typical mysterious computer moves. It makes sense from a general point of view. Okay, bringing the queen to a more active spot, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Also discouraging black from castling even further because the a7 pawn will hang. So as we transition away from this game, what do you see?
One last thing. It also, I'm going to put in air quotes, threatens pawn to g4 for white, followed by pawn to h4.
Oh, that is actually really important to show. Yeah, something like bishop g7, g4, black can bid goodbye to this knight. And if black counterattacks the queen, you could play something like queen d4. You could even play bishop takes b5, then knight takes b5, plant the knight on d6 for c7, and black will lose a bunch of material. So If Lei Ting-Jie can find queen a4, and it's clear that she has identified this as a critical moment, she's taking her time, I think that, she can continue, the game will continue. If she doesn't find queen a4, your point is very well taken. She might lose the pawn, she might get in trouble in the dark squares, so Humpy might have the practical advantage in the next few moves. Last trivia question, Robert, I'll let you choose the next game. Where is the city of Carlsbad, which has a slightly different name, most commonly when it's referred to nowadays? Where is it located, in what country in the modern day? I got this wrong during the Dubov-Niemann broadcast. People weren't happy. I just kind of assumed.
Okay, well, that's a hint then. If you didn't know it and people weren't happy, then it's probably in the U.S.
Well, there is a Carlsbad in California. It's a resort town.
I didn't know that, but I was just using context clues. But there's a different one you're saying.
There's a different... The one after whom the Carlsbad structure is named. Carlsbad structure is named after the city of Carlsbad, which was host to some of the highest level events of the early 20th century. I thought it was in Germany. All right, Carlsbad, bad.
But that's what I was going to say, but then Austria?
No, it's in the Czech Republic, and it's usually referred to as Karlovy Vary. Karlovy Vary.
Okay.
So it's not in Germany, it's in the Czech Republic.
Okay, well, I was trying to use context clues, and, it's not Germany, but it's Austria, because it used to be Austria, Germany.
Exactly.
I was trying to...
Hungry.
I was trying to use my, pub quiz skills, just, context clues, but I failed.
I have a story about the last time I cried in school, which was 7th grade. But first, let's choose another game. Should we go back to the Magnus game? Should we look at Gukesh Wei?
I feel like Gukesh against Wei, we can just pop on the screen and say we'll talk about this more later, because there's nothing major happening at the moment. And Black has a healthier pawn structure, it would seem, because White has these doubled c-pawns. But with so many pieces on the board, having double pawns can actually be very helpful in terms of king safety, because the White king does feel nicely sheltered. You said it's raining outside, and it's got an umbrella in front of it. Its own pawns there. Shield it from the potential firestorm of pieces that Black wants to attack the White king with. So I do think that this position is one where the d-file open for White is nice, but Black is a very healthy position, no weaknesses. So it's just
it's a Petrov. Level. It's a Petrov. What do you expect, folks? Petrovs are always equal as we see c6 on the board. I'm looking this up really quickly in my database. No games in the current position. So where was the big novelty played? Whoa. Wait, somebody made a very rare move. Whoa, Gukesh made a move that's almost unplayed. Knight d7, interesting. Aleksenko-Matlakov, knight to c5. Knight to c5 is a novelty. I'll put all of this on the board momentarily. Okay, so here's what I'm finding, Robert. Just very quickly, and then we'll move on to the next game. The position after short castle has occurred thousands of times. The main move by far is queen to d2. Maybe people have seen games in this line. Usually Black plays knight d7. Now White castles queenside. The Black knight maneuvers over to f6, and this is a very well-studied line. Gukesh played a move that's only happened a handful of times. I see a game between Aleksenko and Maxim Matlakov from the Russian Championship 2021. But after Black played the move knight to c5, no more games. So clearly some home cooking by Gukesh. What on earth is the point of putting the queen on d3? Well, that is revealed on the very next move. The queen maneuvers to c4, opening up the threat of bishop takes c5 due to the x-ray against Black's queen, and then swings over to f4. Searching for Bobby Fischer? Of all the people who've watched it, I think Gukesh is not one of them, because the refrain in that movie is that Josh Waitzkin brings his queen out early, and that queen does not live to tell the tale. Will Gukesh's queen live to tell the tale? Remains to be seen. It's attacked again, and it's threatened to be attacked. Bishop g4 would basically trap the queen, at least win an exchange. That explains h3. And c6 is a move almost always played in this line of the Petrov, setting up the pawn chain, solidifying the d5 pawn. Ball is in Gukesh's court. He needs to demonstrate that this entire operation was worth it.
I see your last statement there. I'm trying to justify it with wild-looking moves like c3 to c4, and I was just talking about how double pawns could be helpful in terms of king safety, and then I'm immediately pushing those pawns forward because I feel like I have to prove that I have an advantage. I had the first turn in the game. I need to do something. That could backfire. I don't know if you even want to take on d5, because let's play c4, king h8, c takes d5 just for a second.
Sure.
I'm not sure that after CD5, white is happy about this trade because trading pawns, open files, and a rook coming to C8 will certainly be pleasant for black.
Trading pawns, open files, loose lips, sink ships.
I thought you had a follow up there.
End of statement. End of statement, but you're absolutely right. The queen would get attacked again here. You would have to move it up to F5. Black would keep the queens on the board and ask white, how are you going to develop an attack against my king when all that's involved is the queen on F5? What really hurts white's chances, Robert, is this knight on C5, which is playing largely a defensive role, a prophylactic role, one could say, preventing the white bishop from developing to D3. So I think the point of a move like C4 would not be to immediately trade on D5. It would be to set up a sort of source of tension against black's center, because it should be noted a move like D takes C4 runs into all sorts of tactics. The computer is showing knight to F5 here. Nasty, nasty move hitting the bishop. And bishop takes C5 wins material. And it is actually black's queen, which will be not long for this board as it is in the crosshairs of white's rook. So after the aforementioned king H8, I think white would continue to slowly improve his position. King B1, maybe G2, G4 to set up a stronghold for his knight. Maybe just something like bishop E2. Very tense position, very complex position. I'm not super impressed, I think, with this novelty, semi-novelty by Gukesh, but maybe he's just trying to get a fresh position. And he succeeded.
And King H8 obviously was just trying to make a point, but I do think that we're on the same page here, that white is not better. There's no reason why he should be. And once again, out of the opening, Gukesh, he hasn't really had an opening advantage. I don't remember the last game he has had one, actually.
I don't remember the last time he's had equality out of the opening. He has been worse, like, for the entire tournament.
I'm going to actually quickly look back against Wei Yi the first time around. That game was... Oh, no. He was fine out of the opening. That was the Caro-Kann, exchange Caro. And then things got bad very quickly once Wei Yi's pawn started rumbling down the queen side. But then the game ended in a draw with both sides making mistakes. So I think our point at large is Gukesh's best play has been when he's actually been in trouble. His back has been against the wall, and out of the opening, he has not shown his best stuff. But I will kind of table all that, Danya, with a very important fact. He's the world champion. He will eventually play another world championship match. He's very young. He may be toying with openings now to see what will work when he is met with a challenger in 2026. So it's difficult to be the world champion because you spend quite a lot of time hiding your best repertoire until the next match that you play.
Well, I first had the honor and privilege of meeting Gukesh in Waisenhaus not so long ago. And he was there with his father. And I remember thinking to myself, I saw Gukesh from a distance, and I was like, what do I say to him? I've never met him. Do I say congratulations? That's just sounds kind of shallow. Like, congrats on winning the world championship title. Like, congratulate someone for graduating high school, or like for getting engaged or something. I mean, those are great things too, but it just doesn't. I don't know. I think I did say congratulations, and then I thought about it for the rest of the day because I was kind of shy, more shy than Gukesh is. And Gukesh is a quiet guy. He's immaculately behaved, and I am a big fan, having commentated his chess career for as long as I have. Just great to see him blossom into the player and young man that he is. Speaking of young men,
I couldn't agree more. Well, these two players, I guess, less young. They're getting older, but they still are playing some of the best chess on the planet. Magnus Carlsen, Caruana, the 2018 World Chess Championship match. And here we do see, at long last, Danya, that move C7 to C5. So we were talking about how that's a very important pawn break. White has focused all of his forces on the queen side. The rooks are double in the A file. White was trying to stop this move C5. And Danya, I think you call these like invisible moves. Is that right? Where it looks like a square is totally controlled by your opponent.
Yep.
And yet you still make that move anyway.
Yeah, and Igor Zaitsev, who passed away a few years ago, grandmaster, but more well-known as a coach of all of the leading Soviet chess players of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, all the way up till the teens. I think he even coached like Artemiev. He wrote an entire book. In Russian, it's called Attack on the Strongest Square. I think in Russian, or in English, it's called Attack on the Strong Point. There is a translated version. And this book is entirely about examples of like putting a pawn on the most well-defended square. Like, it's a thing. And I actually know a couple of examples off the top of my head that I could quickly bring up. My favorite one might be Korchnoi versus McShane.
Oh,
But
my favorite is, sorry about that, is
no.
Ivanchuk Kasparov.
Ivanchuk Kasparov, like the two knights.
Linares.
Are you sure it wasn't in Tilburg? Well, I will do you the honors and the justice of bringing that game up because I'm sure it's a much better illustration.
No, Donna, come on. You don't have to put your example down just because I got a Chucky and a Linares reference with a Gary in one fell swoop.
Well, Aaron Nimzovich also talked about a similar concept. He called it, plugging the cavity. It's like going to the dentist. It's not the most pleasant analogy, but the c5 square, it's incredibly weak as long as white has piece access to that square. The moment that the square is plugged with the pawn and black blockades this pawn, all of these pieces are just sort of servants to their master, right? To the pawn on c5, and no longer is that square considered weak. So great understanding of positional concepts by Fabiano Caruana. Would you believe it? And perhaps we should rewind a couple of moves to see how this was set up, because after d takes c5, I don't know if black will play bishop c6 or will play something like queen c7, but it doesn't seem to me like black's opening problems are all that significant if they even exist.
No, not at all. The a5 pawn defended a very important point behind c7 to c5, is that white was targeting the a pawn and black has defended it. But Magnus takes, Donna, I think we probably do have a moment to look back and see how we got to this point, as Fabiano has played queen c7, rook fc8 likely to follow, and the c5 pawn, not really that much of a strength for white. It can quickly become a target.
Also, folks, I think Magnus is playing white here, right? Magnus is white, Fabi's black?
That's correct.
Okay, so just to clarify, it's Magnus who plays the Dubov Catalan, because Daniel Dubov, long-time second to Magnus. We saw the sacrifice unfold. We saw the trade on a3, which we praised. The knight dropped back to f6. Now there is no longer the e5 tactic. a5 by Fabiano Caruana. Interesting move, right? He's trying to counterbalance the pressure on the c5 square with this majority attack on the queen side, deflecting white's rook, right? Forcing it to, instead of helping the queen solidify its control of the c5 square, babysit this black pawn on a5, and that is what led to the move c7, c5. So my question to you, Robert, is against a move like rook c1, would Fabi have still played c5? I think he would have. Oh,
why not?
And look at this maneuver. DC knight d7 drops back to b8 and maneuvers up to c6. This looks chef's kiss for black.
Love that. And white, if black had started with knight b8, instead of playing c5 first, white could have taken that pawn on c7, had activity. There's a queen and rook in the line with one another, but also you could have played knight c5 yourself, right? That was a key square that white wanted to make use of. So it's like this whole idea behind c5, it shuts down the open c file. It takes away a forward jump from the white knight, and that knight b8 retreating to hop forward to c6. Beautiful idea, Daniel.
And also after knight c5, queen c5, maybe this is what ultimately motivated Magnus to play rook a1 rather than rook c1. This would simply lose the game as the rook is pinned. So instead of rook to c1, he doubles rooks and plays rook to a1. But the beauty of the move c5, it's not as beautiful as Weisenhaus, but it protects the pawn on a5 while engineering this positional idea. Some people might be asking, what about knight b8 in this position? And here Magnus set up a very subtle idea. He was planning to play b4, Robert, and I'm just parroting the engine. I have no idea why this move is so effective. Why is this move so effective? Because there's no a takes b4.
Yes.
There's no a takes b4. Sorry, go on.
No,
I just repeated what I just
trying
said.
I was trying to answer the one question, and while you were being a parrot, I was just trying to do my own thing and think. And so I thought that there was more to it.
I'm actually going to pull up my YouTube chat here, folks, to give some love to those of you watching on YouTube.
You stopped some sentences in such a quick way that I'm never sure if you're going to say something. You're like being self-deprecating when it isn't deserved. So
I'm all over the place, in other words.
You're the man, is what you are.
I really appreciate it. Well, we might get an Armageddon here if b4 is played nevertheless, because after a takes b4, we will get a mass trade on the a file. Robert, I'll be honest, I think the chances of this game ending in some sort of quick liquidation, yes, there's a lot of like imbalance on the surface, but if neither side blunders anything, either you're going to get some sort of trade of the c pawn for the a pawn, or you're going to get b4, and before we know it, all of the pieces might be gone from the board.
Well, I want you to keep your promise. People want to see the McShane game that you mentioned.
Absolutely. I have it up. Here it is, Korchnoi versus McShane.
Oh, I see that heart from you in the YouTube chat, Danya.
I got to give everyone some love. I only got so many screens and so many monitors, so can't monitor everything at once, even though people think I can.
I think black should play bishop c8.
Bishop c8, the best move in chess. Okay, here we go. 1 second, you will see the game appear in front of you. Okay, let's make this a little bit smaller, and let's delete the notation so people can't see the solution. And here it is, folks. Korchnoi versus McShane. Victor the Terrible was already in his 70s when this game was played. This was 2005, and Luke McShane, of course, often referred to as like the strongest amateur in chess, even though he is far from an amateur. Sorry, my perfectionism getting the better of me. Okay, here we go. Let's flip the board so that we're facing black. The critical moment occurred out of a Grunfeld early in the opening. Very sharp line. And in this position, after bishop h6, queen f3, c6, h4, we trade on d5, and McShane plays an incredible move. Do you want to guess at black's move in this position? Attack on the strongest square, on the most well-controlled square by the opponent.
e5.
Look at you. Michal Krasenkov, the Polish grandmaster annotating this game, writes, e5, double exclam. An amazing demonstration of the general rule, meet a flank attack with a counter blow in the center. The point of e5 is that if white takes with the pawn, white can no longer castle to the queen side. This is the whole point. The king is stranded in the center, and McShane was planning knight to c6. Can't take the knight because if queen takes d4. If you take on b6 first, you get destroyed with queen takes b2. Victor the Terrible took with the bishop, allowing black a big attack. McShane later recovered the pawn and won the game. That's it.
That's awesome. That is a really sick move because, you hinted at what the idea was, but without that kind of guidance, McShane found it all by himself. What a sick idea to try and rip open the position, and you got to give credit where it's due.
By the way, I saw this game right after it was played. My coach showed me this game like the evening that it was played. I had a lesson, and this was 2005, which let's not keep talking about the fact that I was already having chess lessons over 20 years ago. Reminds me that I am probably not going to be winning this Hyperbullet Championship that's coming up.
You got this under control, Danya. Come on, have some faith in yourself. Everyone's rooting for you that's here watching, so don't put yourself down. You're very quick with the mouse.
Very quick with mouse, but almost 30 years old. Just wait until some Conor Dogmush comes along, and by the time Naroditsky makes his first move, Dogmush makes his 40th.
Well, if you have a moment, Donna, can you bring up the Ivanchuk-Kasparov game
Absolutely.
that I mentioned? Because I feel like it's another great example of what we saw Fabi do against Magnus here, playing c5 when it looked like it was unavailable. White had 3 pieces covering the square. And yeah, I'll wait for you to.
Unbelievable. It was the first game that I clicked on. Just at random.
Well, I feel like it's. Wait, but you looked up Ivanchuk versus Kasparov, right?
Yeah, I looked up all of their games, and the first game that I clicked on was this one. I just saw 1-0.
The result helps a lot, yeah.
The result does help. Ivanchuk was 2695. Garry Kasparov was 2800 on the dot. This is Lenars 1991. Ivanchuk is white. Moscow variation. And the key move, Robert, comes, 2 knights against 2 bishops. This is the famous imbalance. And I'm going to fast forward us to the critical position right here. White to play, folks. What a move. What a move. I actually remember learning from this move and making a very similar one against Kostya Kavutsky.
Against Kostya?
Which will be the last game that I show, I promise. Folks, any guesses? I'm not looking at the Twitch chats. I'm looking only at my YouTube.
I'm looking at Twitch. We have some guesses going.
Arjun played h6. We'll get to that game very shortly, folks. So the move is attacking the strongest point. It's not e5. That would allow f takes c5 and then f7, f5. It is, can I show it?
Do it.
C5. This square is defended if you count the bishop 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and white just puts a pawn there in order to free up the c4 square for his pony. Kasparov takes with the rook, but white's move would have been the same against any other capture. Knight to c4, everything is attacked, b6 is lost, and Ivanchuk ultimately won the game due to all of his trump cards in this position.
It just shows the value, first of all, of knights when they can stare over into the opponent's position, but also of critical squares. That sometimes pawns get in your way. They're the least valuable piece, worth 1 point. They can become more valuable when they get to the other side, but at times that when you have too many of them, your pieces are restricted.
And I learned exactly from this game and implemented a much worse but very, very similar concept in the following game, last point, and then we will get to more developments here, if that's okay with you.
Go for it.
This is my game against Kostya Kavutsky from 2014. And in this position, you will never believe what I played, Robert, in this position with white.
Sorry, I have to... look at you learning from your... I guess we can't really call Ivanchuk a great predecessor, but he is just one of the best players in chess history. But, chef's kiss.
C5, same concept, folks. C5, freeing up the C4 square for my knight, which I access a little bit later. And then everything else collapsed in black's position. I was able to win the game. Great reference, Robert. Yeah.
Can we do one more?
We can, and just to show, I had this cool idea in that game. If knight d4, check on g6, queen h3, and rook takes e7 was my idea.
That's awesome.
Go ahead.
One last one. Can you look up my game against Tivyakov?
Yep.
From, I don't even know. It's way too long ago.
Yep, I got it. 2011 Groningen.
Groningen.
Where I got my second IM norm, I think. And I played you in that tournament.
We did play indeed. In
2011 in Groningen. We played in round 2. Robert Hess playing Tivyakov in round 8. Let's take a look.
Yeah, just fast forward to about move, was it 34?
Oh, I see it. Oh my gosh, exactly the same concept. D5. Opening up the D4 square for your knight. Queen takes D5. Rook takes A7 using every weakness on the board. Oh.
Yeah, that one was a
Dude,
fun
that
move.
is sick. And Tivyakov is like a Scandi expert. So he's like John Bartholomew on steroids. Great stuff, man.
That's such a funny way to describe Tivyakov. John Bartholomew on steroids.
Dude, do you know who Tivyakov beat in 2012 in the final round of the Groningen tournament?
You?
Daniel Naroditsky.
Oh.
And I missed a norm because I couldn't hold a draw.
That makes me sad.
It does? Wait, I think he beat me in 20. I think he beat me in the final round maybe of this very same tournament.
Oh, well.
Anyways, doesn't matter.
I'm sorry.
You live, you learn. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And they're going to kill all of each other's winning chances here. B4 has been played. I think we're going to get A takes B4. I don't think that Fabi is interested in the move A4 because in the long run, the backward and weak pawn on B5 can be easily accessed by knight B1, knight C3, moves like bishop F1. So I'm fully anticipating A takes B4 here, Robert.
And then mass liquidation, it would appear, but the C5 pawn is loose. So how does that variation actually go?
So A takes B4, rook takes A8, rook takes A8, takes, and we get this position, right? Is white in a hurry to collect the B4 pawn?
No.
But how do I... Because if I go knight to B3, then I've dropped the E4 pawn. Do I go like F3 and then knight to B3?
It feels incredibly slow, but the bishop on 8 is useless back there, and I don't see a way to take advantage of a quiet move like that.
Yeah, I think something to this effect.
Knight B6 I was thinking about here.
But okay, very, very pretty move. But what is idea? I play bishop F1.
Actually, knight E5 instead of...
Knight to E5, I play knight takes B4.
Knight C4 I was hoping for, but it gets too messy for me to...
Knight C4, knight B3. I mean, something like this, and then they'll shake hands and agree to a draw.
No, white's better there. I get your point, that this quiet move F3, just guarding the loose E4 pawn. When white scoops up that B4 pawn, it's going to be difficult for black, because black's passed pawn is blockaded, and white's passed pawn is
Exactly.
just one square more advanced.
Okay, next game. Should we go back to the Arjun game? Only one move has been played there. Ugh, so slow. Arjun has played
Well,
h6.
well, in all honesty, Danya, the fact that Arjun is slowed down like this and he's down on time is a really bad sign and makes me question my earlier statement that this was preparation from Arjun. Maybe he mixed something up. Maybe he was playing quickly, thinking that he was in one variation when in reality it was slightly different because black is down on time, black is down in development, white has more space. But it's not that easy to crash through. I would say Hikaru should play g5 here. That would be my move in a bullet game. What do you make of that decision?
It might be my move in a classical game as well. I totally am with you. I think Arjun, he's not a bluffer, right? Sometimes he just feels confident. Sometimes you are familiar with the pawn structure, so you feel like you can allow yourself to play quickly. And at times that's a misjudgment. Sometimes you underestimate the danger. It happens to people at every level. I don't see a downside to g5. I'm totally with you because even though black is not committed to the kingside, Robert, two important observations. First of all, after g4, Arjun played rook b8, which means Hikaru does not have to worry at all about long castles. That's illegal, right? But black, of course, can stay in the center, which might not help. If the h file opens up, white still has a direct access to the black king through the h8 square. Like after the trade on h1, this is a huge threat. This is a huge problem, the pawn reaching g6. How is black going to gin up counterplay on the queen side? You can't even create a single threat, right? Queen to a5, maybe, but white can meet that with king b1 or b3. The bishop on d7 is really, really hurting Arjun here.
Such a weak piece. And that means that if black gets some free time, which, well, unfortunately, you can't make two moves in a row, but in the live board, if black had a turn, he would likely play the move c6 to c5. And that leads me to conclude, Danya, that after g5, which doesn't threaten anything major at the moment,
No.
that black may play c5 anyway, welcoming a capture on h6, in which case black would take back with the rook and try to shut down the king side. The bishop would then have access to the f6 square. So it's a good lesson in tension, by the way, that the g5 pawn is valuable not just to rip open the king side and prevent black from castling, but also taking away the f6 square from the bishop on e7.
So Hikaru has played a move that I would say is sort of similar in spirit, but a very different approach. He has repositioned just now his rook from h1 to f1. Does that mean he will not play the move g5? Absolutely not. For instance, if black castles to the king side here, g5, I think is very likely. How is he then going to break apart black's very fragile king cover? Not totally sure. Like, let's say black plays h5. Oh my god. Holy smokes, look at this tactic. Wait, bishop h7. I don't know if this works or not. I'm just thinking aloud. Can I just show this? Takes, knight e5, queen e8, rook takes f7, rook f7, knight g6, knight f8, queen h7, queen h8. And I'm sure it doesn't work for 8,000 reasons.
Wait, that's so nice.
Isn't that a sick mate?
I don't even know where to correct you because it happens so quickly, but I guess as a rook takes f7, it's not like black would have to take back, and as you're pointing out, queen d5 is a more active square, and the e5 knight would be loose.
The third monitor is working. That's how you know. But queen to d5 is a really, really nasty move because rook takes f7 is no longer effective once you lose this knight. After queen e8, rook f7, I think white is already borderline winning. So I apologize for that. That was a unnecessary detour, but I just saw this mating pattern and kind of fell in love with it.
That wasn't even unnecessary. That was really cool. And it actually goes to show that the black king, at first there may only be one piece in front of it, but quickly white's forces can group around and go for a checkmate. That's actually beautiful.
And in order to attack successfully, you need more than a queen, but a single queen can be the piece that delivers the actual checkmate, if that makes sense. Like, in order to set it up, you need the services of the other pieces. In order to deliver the mate, you can sack all of the pieces and keep only your lady.
That was a sick continuation. It's so funny because you just in the snap of my fingers, you see these kind of checkmate patterns and go directly for the tactics. And here I was talking about how the g5 pawn for white took away a square. And you're like, I don't want to talk about squares. I want to talk about game-ending tactics and mating patterns.
It's how I was from I don't want to say from birth. From the time I learned chess, it's just I can't help it. I'm always looking for these mating patterns. Often it comes at the expense of my position, and sometimes what is needed is a more subtle approach, a more patient approach. But I live and breathe checkmate. The computer takes a far more measured approach and recommends the move G6, Robert, which to my eyes is not necessarily that destructive. I guess the point is that if black plays a move like F5, you now have a weak backward pawn on E6 that can be easily pressured by the bishop coming to C4, the knight coming to D4, and later on, the queen. It's feeling the saliva is trickling down. You can just sense what's going to happen next.
It seems like a straightforward mating pattern, and the black king is not going to survive. So, what a bad position that would be. So is the point that G5, black certainly is not castling. I don't think Arjun had any plans to do it, but it's great to show why that wouldn't work. And Hikaru played rook H to F1 to start with. So G5, he's just waiting on that. He's, as you were just showing, enticing black to castle. It's not that scary, but it really is. So Danya, what are some alternatives, some move candidates that you're considering? Because I'm not going to castle. I mentioned C5.
Yeah.
Are there any other moves that come to your mind besides black's C5?
Well, C5 makes a lot of sense. I was thinking maybe queen A5 can be considered with this idea that we mentioned earlier. The moment the white king steps to B1, black can induce further weaknesses on the queen side with bishop A3. The problem is that the bishop, again, can reposition itself to C4. The great thing about the square on C4 is that it's both defensive and aggressive, right? You're protecting A2, you're lending that extra security cover to the king, and you're opening up direct line of fire against black's bishop on D7, further preventing black from unfurling, right? Trying to get some pieces out to decent squares. My vote is C5. I think this is the only clear way for black to get a little bit more active, but I think Arjun's in trouble here. This is not a move you play because you're in love with your position.
No, you're just trying to claim some squares for yourself. So Arjun is in big trouble. He's down over 10 minutes. And if I'm thinking about this tournament correctly, Hikaru beat Gukesh, so he was tied for third with him entering this game. If Hikaru wins, he may get in first place. In fact, if Fabi and Magnus don't have a decisive result in classical and Hikaru can win this game, he will be in first place in Norway chess.
I can't believe it, Robert. Hikaru's good at classical chess. That's crazy. Did you know that?
Who would have thunk?
Who would have thunk? And who would have thunk we get a raid from Phoebe Witte, 202 viewers coming through. Hope you guys stick around. GM Robert Hess, GM Daniel Naroditsky doing our own little coverage here. Everyone is welcome. All levels, beginner, advanced, grandmaster. The grandmasters can correct my terrible tactics. Whoever you are, please stick around. We generally have a good time here.
We do indeed.
Unlike
appreciate the raid. I was going to say, after you mentioned that, we're all having a good time. Maybe not so much some of the players, including Arjun Erigaisi. So thank you again, all 202 of you who are entering. Please stick around. We're just analyzing Norway Chess 2025. Puns, they're not guaranteed, but they are included for free. So enjoy the ride with us if you wish, and otherwise have a lovely day.
Yes, thank you very much. So Robert, where are we going next? Gift me the pawn. Gift me the next game.
Gift me. Let's see. I'll make the choice for the two of us. Whoa. Okay. The Gukesh game suddenly has become spicy.
Hjartarson.
We already looked at Chibridonidze Hjartarson, but no, we're looking at Gukesh Wei. And I mean, Danya, I wasn't expecting things to get tactical so quickly.
Whoa, G4 is met with F5. And what did they say about not pushing pawns on the side of the board where you're getting attacked? Blah, blah, blah. You become this good in order to violate general rules. I spent the second half of my chess career unlearning what I learned in the first, said Emmanuel Lasker.
And isn't that Dr. Emmanuel Lasker to all of us?
Doctor to you and to me.
And, well, you don't need to be Lasker. You don't need to be a world champion to figure out that G4 was trying to carve out some squares for White's pieces, and Black decided to strike back. And Donna, sounds like you're dreaming up, concocting some ideas here.
Well, I was just looking up very quickly their previous games, right? We remember perhaps the most famous game from the Budapest Olympiad, where Gukesh scored the decisive victory. India beat China en route to just crushing the entire Olympiad. But I was just very quickly seeing if the Petrov might have been a surprise for Gukesh, and I think it potentially was, because Wei in none of his black games to date has actually played the Petrov against Gukesh. He mostly relied on the Sicilian, and the one time he did play e5, knight f3 was met by knight c6. So I think Gukesh essentially pulled out this rare line that had been sort of sitting in his laboratory. But this f5 line, right, this f5 idea, I was going to point it out in a slightly different line, Robert. So while it may violate the sort of general tactical rules, because White's queen is so vulnerable, because White doesn't have a rook on g1, and because Black's pieces taken together are more active, I think it also makes sense, strategically speaking, to open the center. Big question is, what actually happens if White takes twice on f5?
Should we answer that question? It's a very
I think you
direct
should.
sequence. Okay, so I think you take twice on f5. The problem is that Black takes with the rook because you gain a tempo against the White queen, and keeping more material on the board could lead to some impressive tactics for Black, I would say, because queen f7 comes to mind for Black. There could be d5 to d4 at the right moment if you're not looking out for it. I understand that's a way too weakening, but just keep an eye out on that kind of idea. The Black knight would like to go to e4. I saw your arrow as I was saying that.
Let me play devil's advocate there. Let me play devil's advocate. Rook g1. Make a move.
Okay.
Make a move.
Bishop f4.
Bishop f4. Bishop takes c5. But according to the rules of Naroditsky chess, I can slide with my sleeve the king to b1. And then you'll sleeve the broadcast room. Once this bishop is gone, I have no firepower with which to attack the g7 pawn. So let me amend that to king b1, and let me amend all of what I'm saying and throw it into the wastebasket, because Gukesh has just played the move g5. And nothing irks me more than when a commentator goes down the rabbit hole when moves are coming into the live board. So I'm not going to do that.
Danya, I don't like this move g5 for many different reasons. White wants to open up the side in front of, the position in front of the Black king. This simply closes it. And I'm already looking at a number of ideas for Black, namely f5 to f4, gaining even more space, cutting that bishop off from the pawn on g5. And if not f4 right away, knight c5 into e4. It's a very juicy square with f4 as a imminent idea to try to win that pawn.
Your Russian chess vocabulary word of the day, you would say the move f4, напрашивается. In one word, you say it begs to be played, right? It's the first move that comes to mind. And is Wei quickly going to shove this pawn down and force Gukesh's bishop back to d2? Also, I would point out, Robert, before you answer that question, the move h4, still not possible due to bishop g4. So for Gukesh to push his h-pawn, he would have to voluntarily cancel out one of his big assets, right? The centralized knight on d4.
But actually, this raises a really instructive point that after f4, bishop b2, knight e4, it's kind of what I was talking about earlier, where if you take on e6 and the queen takes on e6, watch out for d5 to d4, because that could really hurt you. The a2 pawn is loose. So if you're spending all your time playing moves like h4, d4 is in the air, and it becomes very sharp, and I think that White needs to be careful.
White's got so many problems, right? So many demons to slay here. King b1 would lead to backrank problems. And remember that crazy line I just showed in the Arjun game? It's the same sort of pattern where the escape square is blocked by your very own piece, which makes d4 all the more scary. It's also blocked, even if the bishop weren't there, by the knight on e4. The thing is, though, after d4, cd, queen takes a2, it becomes important because White can eliminate the knight. He cannot move his bishop away from d2. Great call, Robert, and f4 has already been played. Bishop d2 is on the board. This is a big moment.
And Wei is the only player, if I'm not mistaken, who has not won a classical game in Norway Chess 2025. He's played some great Armageddon games. He's had some sturdy preparation, but you know that he wants to beat the world champion.
Oh, he most certainly does. He hasn't forgotten that Olympiad game. Games like that, they sting at you, right? They stay in your long-term memory, and they provide that chip on the shoulder, which you don't even need, right? You're playing the world champion. That provides inherent motivation. Will we see a quick knight land on e4, or will Wei consider perhaps keeping his light squared bishop alive? I don't like bishop f7 because that actually encourages h4, but the computer does, so I think we should defer to Stockfishitsky.
Saying the computer says bishop f7 just to keep the light squared bishop on the board. What's the secondary point?
The secondary point is you're going to play queen e8 when the time is right in order to set up the threat of bishop h5. So you'll play knight e4, preventing h5 because the g5 pawn hangs. And if bishop h3, the queen calmly slides back to e8, setting up this massive threat of bishop h5. White can prevent that with bishop g4, and black simply increases the pressure with bishop e5. I don't see Wei Yi playing this. I think we'll see knight e4.
Because this whole deep variation that you just showed, it's a little too deep. It's not a natural sequence. You have allowed white to improve some of the pieces, and knight e4 directly, it attacks a pawn, it attacks the bishop on d2, and it can't possibly be a bad move for black.
It's computer nonsense, I feel like, personally.
Yeah,
What do
it's
you
gibberish.
think? Just a moment. I have to check who called me.
Oh, wasn't me.
Was it anybody important? It was not anybody important. Okay, got it. Okay, important developments in this game as the world champion. Once again, Robert, we don't want to be the people who pile on, right? As a commentator, I don't want to be the guy who just like restates the tired narratives, but it is undeniable that Gukesh he can't seem to find his footing in a lot of different types of positions. How bad is this? Like, of course, like I think black is now in the driver's seat. Maybe not more than that if white is careful.
Well, what's the way out for white? So knight e4. If we just make a couple natural looking moves, like knight e4 for black, I assumed you were going to take the bishop on e6. That's why the engine recommended bishop to f7.
Yum.
Queen takes back, and are you just going to play bishop d3 or something and give up g5?
Let's say I play h4. Let me try the most primitive move.
Okay, so is bishop c5 also something to consider at the right moment? I'm trying to make all of this work for black because it seems like you've all the time, but d4 is my first instinct.
Yeah, d4 is something to consider. Maybe I can meet it with c4, but your point is well taken. Bishop c5 forces the white bishop back to e1. And even if black doesn't do anything ultra decisive, something like rook a to e8, look at how dominant this knight is. Look at how white is tied down to the f2 pawn. There's no question that black's position is quite impressive.
Yeah, and white will get bishop h or d3 to try to start developing. It's better late than never, but black has done nothing wrong, and all of his pieces are on good squares.
Also, Wei Yi, I mean, he's in last place technically, but it hasn't felt like he's been in bad form. He's in last place because he's playing Norway chess with Magnus Icaro, etc.
Right, he's playing with the top 5 players in the world, and he entered the tournament as number 10 in the world. So you're playing with great players. He hasn't been able to score a classical win. But Danya, I just don't like what Gukesh is doing here. And I don't think it's piling on. I think it's being objective in our role as commentators for this event. Like, what exactly did he come up with here? He needs to find some concrete solutions, but there aren't any because black just puts all of his pieces on good squares, and white's going to have to do his best to stop the immediate threats and then that second wave.
I'll be honest, there's been a lot of shoddy preparation this event. There's been a lot of games where you feel like they're going down, players very deep preparation, and then suddenly they start thinking, and your natural question is, okay, like what were you expecting? Like, what were you expecting black to do here? So we will see if Gukesh can turn the steering wheel back, away from the cliff. But I'm fully expecting knight to e4. Wei Yi is taking his time, though. Any other interesting developments? Let's see. There's that humpy game.
Sorry, I just wanted to, if you don't mind, another detour.
Not at all.
This is me taking us on a detour this time. When I think of shoddy preparation, and there's really no insult meant when I bring up this game, but there's a game between Dominguez and Lenderman from the U.S. Championship, and I can't remember the year, but I remember looking at the game and thinking that this only works if you know every single move to make from the black side, and as soon as you make one mistake, you're in huge trouble.
It's the Sicilian, right?
Yeah, it was a Sicilian, and I don't remember. What year was it?
Sorry, I switched the scene by accident. There we go.
And then
it was the year 2019.
And cut.
And cut. It was the year 2019, and here we go. Here's the game. Are you talking about this variation, the four-knight Sicilian?
Yeah.
Where Lenderman goes down this incredibly, incredibly narrow path? Yeah, I'm familiar with this line. Where black basically gives everything up, yeah.
Right, so this variation, it requires black to sacrifice a pawn, as we see in this game. And like black put a rook on e2 somehow, the queens came off the board. But my ultimate point was that if black played perfectly, you'd make a draw. You make one mistake and you're just much worse, if not lost. So I've always disliked openings like this, and the game we have currently in front of us is not of that nature. But you know what I mean, Danya? Where preparation is great when you just secure the draw without any effort, but as soon as you forget one move or you misinterpret the position a little bit, you could be in trouble. And Arjun, I mean, I don't know if this is preparation or not, but his game, that's the one that looks way shakier, where I thought he was in his preparation. He was playing instantly out of the opening. Hikaru was burning some clock. And then since then, I feel like Arjun's the one who's been on the back foot, and he's going to struggle mightily against the impending initiative that Hikaru is drawing up.
There's also the sort of unseen costs of this sort of preparation, where preparation like this takes hours of review before a game. And hours of review takes the life out of you. Like, I've done this many times where I spent 3-4 hours reviewing crazy files that I prepared before the tournament in the hopes that my opponent will go down a certain path. Then you come to the board, either your opponent surprises you with a different opening, which is so common nowadays, nobody has a repertoire anymore, or your opponent goes down the opening you were expecting, only to play some, he plays the 4th engine move rather than the 3rd engine move. And those hours of review lost, wasted, and actually they've made you more tired, they've made you jaded, and they've increased the risk that you confuse something or get something wrong as soon as you get out of your preparation.
Agreed. It takes a lot of effort to prepare well at the highest level, and sometimes you can over-prepare. So some people are asking us to switch on over. I see you doing that as I was about to ask you. So Magnus against Fabiano, things have indeed changed in that game. If I'm looking at the little bar over there correctly, it still says it's about level.
Yep.
So I guess the rooks are still on the board. That's a big difference than what we expected, where Magnus decided to put a rook on c1 behind his passer. What do you make of that decision, Danya? Because black is targeting c5, white is defending it. I kind of agree with what you said earlier. I know I asked a question and then I'm continuing to talk, so I apologize. But the black's pass pawn, the b5 pawn, not really going anywhere, whereas white's pawn on c5 looks a bit more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, initially, I thought the pawn on c5 would be a weakness, but given Magnus's decision, which I really like now, right, it's one of those moves that didn't enter my radar, and then the moment it's played, like, of course, yeah, rook c1, because you keep the rooks on the board, you leave black's rook on a8, without a date at the prom, and I was fully expecting this trade. Now white immediately threatens knight takes b4. Combine that with the threat of an immediate fork, black's rook is like, hey, I'm going right back to c8, queen to b2, sliding the queen away, ensuring that the c5 pawn is even better protected. And Fabi has just played a move that indicates he is not concerned at all. He thinks that he has all the time in the world for luxuries like h6. He's like, take my pawn on b4. I'm not going to give you both of these. I'm assuming Magnus will take it with the queen, and I'm also assuming a move like bishop c6 will follow right after that.
I was wondering in that variation, though, like, yes, black defends b5, but what if white takes with the queen to keep the c5 pawn defended, and then brings the queen right back to b2 after you play bishop c6? Because my idea is to play knight b4 and try to get either the light square bishop by myself or just try to push that c5 pawn if I'm able to.
Yeah, and these are the kinds of positions where you see Magnus traditionally squeezing, what's the expression? Squeezing water from a stone?
Yes.
Squeezing blood from a stone, whatever it is. Slowly, you're going to start working on this blockade on c6, and once you undo the Gordian knot and the pawn starts moving forward, things might get unpleasantly tactical for Fabiano here, who's also down 30 minutes on the clock. I don't see anything cataclysmic happening here, but if it does, I prefer Dos Equis. But if it does, I think it'll be white who will be calling the shots here. If something crazy happens, which I'm doubting.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
When white played rook c1, can we pause there for a second?
Yeah, it's like the joke. A bear walks into a bar and says, "I'd like a gin and tonic." The bartender says, "Why the pause?" The bear says, "I was born with them."
You used this joke the other day on the broadcast.
I know. I've said the same joke 800 times on my stream too.
You're consistent, and that's important. Consistency is often rewarded.
I have a good joke by that Dubov shared about Carlsen, but first I want to hear this astute observation by GM Robert Hess.
It's actually less an observation and more a question, because in playing rook c1, he is saying my pawn is very strong on c5, and I'm trying to make headway down the file, and I'm going to win the b4 pawn back, no problem. So oftentimes, I, as a commentator, as a player, I take for granted certain decisions. I mean, if rook takes 8, bishop takes 8, we knew that black should be okay, but maybe white could press a little bit. Here, the pressing seems a little more obvious from the white side.
Yeah.
So your idea knight to b8, exactly what I was
Why not?
Ask you about.
I was afraid to ask this. I was afraid. I thought it was obvious, but now why didn't he play knight b8? Wasn't that the whole point?
Well, he thought that he'd put maximum pressure on c5 so that the knight on d3 couldn't take on b4. But this variation that you're highlighting here, the rook on 8 is developed. It's on a great open file.
Absolutely.
And if knight takes b4, knight c6 is played, and let's make another maybe questionable decision of taking on c6.
Sure.
And the bishop takes back, let's say. We see a position now where that pawn that was stuck in the mud and is on the live board, it's mobile. That pawn can press forward. So it's the c5 pawn, on the other hand, is stuck. e4 is the target. Black can play queen to b7, queen to e5. It depends on how this game continues. But all the arrows that you draw are ones where black will have some activity of his own, whereas in the game, it does feel like Fabi's position is slightly more passive. It's not like he's made an objective mistake. The evaluation still is hovering right around the center, but in the analysis board, the big board, it just feels like black has so much more life in the position, whereas in the game continuation, he's the one just stopping the pawn from pushing, but it looks like Magnus is trying to come up with good ideas.
Yeah, okay, maybe when the engine reaches a higher depth, it really senses the difference, but according to like the low depth stockfish, it's almost the same. Like knight b8 and rook c8 both equal. This is why you can't just stare at the engine and formulate your perception, your impression of the game, because the flow of the game can change radically while the engine evaluation remains the same. I think Fabi clearly underestimated the move queen to b2, and you make one or two sloppy moves, you're going to be a little bit worse, but you're going to be a little bit worse for a very long time, and that did not fall into Magnus's Fabi's bingo card, that is. I'm honestly stunned because I thought there was something tactically wrong with knight b8. I thought maybe white can go c6. But actually, c6 is a dangerous move if black takes back with a knight. You know what this is? This is kind of like Fabi's c5 move, except with colors reversed. Knight takes b4, puts a lot of pressure on the knight. But it's not hard to see that black can take back here with the queen. And then if white's queen slides back, black's queen does the same. I don't think white has any sort of long-lasting initiative here, and he's got 2 pawns that he needs to win back. I don't think he's going to be doing that.
And
so,
just one quick point, that after queen takes c6 in that position you were just showing, that there are some tactics that with e5 that black
scary,
will have to deal with, but the black knight can always slide up to d5, right? So if queen c6, bishop take, bishop takes c. Oh well, I was trading queens first. The e5 would be a funny move, and it might work if not for queen takes g2 mate. Bishop takes c6 here looks just bad because if knight takes b4.
Mm-hmm.
So even if somehow that works, right, it just looks wrong. And knight takes c6, there's moves like e5 and knight c5, and it does get tactical, but those b-pawns, those extra b-pawns for black should be sufficient to... there might be knight d4 now as a response.
Great find, Robert. But even bishop c8, your point is excellent. What we're trying to understand is what could Fabi have been afraid of? And what we're, I think, saying, not to put words in your mouth, is that even if he didn't see some of the subtleties, like knight d4, which Robert Hess... do not escape his omniscient tactical brain. Knight to e2 is a huge threat. You can even play bishop c8 here, the most primitive move, and you're still better because of the presence of this potential for the knight to jump to d5, neutralizing white's bishop on g2. Yeah, white has knight takes c6. Congratulations. You've won a pawn back, and you're going to lose the game once the black rook infiltrates a1. So, honestly, a very, very tough to explain decision. A very sloppy decision by Fabi, and you can't afford too many of these when you're playing MC.
MC Hammer, MC world #1 at chess. No matter who you're squaring off against, you need to be careful. So, yeah, this position is one where black is still okay, and Magnus is actually thinking. So I wonder if he's contemplating c6, like this pawn sacrifice to try to create a pin and go after black on the c file. But I don't think it ever works because white's move e4 to e5 doesn't work because black always can play knight d5 as a response. So I'm just not seeing what Magnus has even here, but he is the one on the clock and trying to maximize the pressure.
Well, we're 2 hours into the round. This is where things tend to slow down a little bit. Magnus has certainly slowed down. He's got 75 minutes on his clock. I'm fully expecting queen takes before any second. But let's leave him to his devices. I see that Wei Yi, in the meantime, centralized his rook, which was met with rook g1, so nothing cataclysmic there. Should we go to the ladies and have a quick update maybe on that Leiting J game?
Okay,
which has taken another turn. Yeah.
I was just looking at that game and thinking that it was looking problematic for white all of a sudden. And it's a good lesson that extra material doesn't always mean the better chances, because white actually is up a pawn. But what is your king still doing on e1? Your queen is awkward on c4. The f4 square is juicy. The e5 pawn probably won't survive very long. And it's kind of a funny one, Danya, where white has two extra e pawns, in fact, and black has an extra c pawn. So they're playing on opposite sides of the board, and with a bishop pair and open space, this feels really good for black to my eyes.
So it's crazy. I think white is up a pawn, and if there is a theme of today's Norway chess round, right? If there's a big takeaway for players who chess enthusiasts, future grandmasters, as someone likes to say, who watch us in order to extract lessons for your own games, it's the positional pawn sacrifice, Robert. And look at this. A few moves ago, I was singing the praises of white's position. I'm going to sing the praises of Leiting J's ability to pause and find accurate moves. She did find queen to a4, bishop to d7. She plays this slower move, h3, to prevent g4. Humpy finally gets her knight out of the danger zone and toward the center. And now the move e4, which is a positional error for a very instructive reason. Do you want to break this down? Because black's next move, not one that you can find unless you are very well versed in Soviet chess thinking.
And we see this type of move in another opening, which I'll let you show afterwards. But the d5 pawn is under attack. If black takes on e4, saying it's a simple pawn trade, a knight replaces the e4 pawn, and that knight is about to sink its teeth into d6 or f6 with check, and it's not going to be all that pleasant for black to deal with. So instead of activating white's pieces, this pawn sacrifice, just jettisoning it on d4, and that deserves at least one exclamation point. It's such a fabulous idea, because the white knight can't take on d4 without dropping the e5 pawn, and all the dark squares open up in black's favor, as only black has a dark square bishop. So queen takes d4, as in the game, it gives black a tempo, knight e6, hitting the queen, eyeing the f4 square. So Danya, it's getting very dicey for Leiting J. Humpy Koneru was in bad form in the first game against, well, I don't want to say that, the first opening against Vaishali, but she held on and even won that game. And since then, it's felt like she's been extra combative, and she just is afraid of nobody. And with the black piece in this game, it looks really pleasant for black.
She's been through everything. She's by far the most experienced player, and I think that experience is shining through. You actually showed this idea to me in our previous, first commentary project, the American Cup. I think Carissa Yip had a game where this type of idea was possible. And you know what I'd compare it to is if you really want something for your birthday and you get a big box from your parents and you open it up and it ain't a laptop, it's not what you wanted. Let's put it this way. This bishop on d3, it's unwrapping its presents. It's waiting to be put into the game. Same goes for the knight. Suddenly, party's over, park's closed, these minor pieces. The knight is now staring at the b5 and d5 squares, which are totally controlled by the c-pawn, and the bishop on d3. Well, let's not talk about that bishop, because it's looking more like a big pawn right now. The dark squares, I pointed that out earlier, Robert. The dark squares are a longer-term problem for white that are going to haunt her no matter where white's king goes, whether you go queenside or kingside. By the way, going kingside looks really, really dangerous. Black already has the machinery in place for a lightning attack using the h-pawn as a hook. I don't like white's position one bit. At the same time, black needs to skillfully develop this initiative, maybe with simple moves like bishop g7, or maybe with something more exotic like b7, b5. We'll see.
I was thinking about b5 as an option. Black can also castle her queen, kingside. Actually, queenside, not kingside.
King queenside or queen king kingside.
But you can also castle kingside if you move your bishop out of the way first. But either way, the e5 pawn doesn't feel like it's particularly long for this board. And one small thing to point out, the knight on e6 protects that queen on c7. In many positions, you see queens in line with each other. You think of knight b5 or knight d5 for white. Neither of those moves will work out because the knight on e6 protects the black queen.
Yeah, and now you can see one way in which positional learning happens, right? You note ideas like this down. How can we generalize this? Well, the point is this. When your opponent is trying to open up the position in general, or more specifically, open up prospects for their minor pieces, as white tried to do here, sometimes pushing the pawn forward and using your opponent's pawns as assets in order to block those access points. Very, very important concept. It doesn't always just happen like this, Robert. You can shift everything to the left. The important thing for people who are trying to learn is to generalize, right? Because you're not going to get exactly the same position, but you might get something similar. And then remember, I remember Daniel Naroditsky hurting my ears with his latest soliloquy about positional sacrifices. But it came in handy.
Well, whether you monologue, soliloquy, or invite me to the conversation, I do appreciate the breakdown, Danya. This d4 idea is a move that we can all appreciate because Humpy Canera is not materialistic. She's not just counting the pawns. She's sacrificing that one and then playing around it. So really good position for her. That's bad news for some of the other players in the women's section. And I was going to point out this one game, if we have a moment here, Danya. Ju Wen-Jun against Anna Muzichuk. Because
to like right now?
Literally right this second.
Okay.
And I literally don't like when people say literally, but I just had to let you know how on top of it we are.
Well, I'm glad you don't mean Ju Wen-Jun in a figurative sense. But literally, I'm taking us to this game right now. Take it away, my friend.
Well, I just actually had a question more so than I had an answer. Which side of this position would chat prefer to have? Because I understand white played a move that Ben Feingold says to never play with f3, but you have this outpost on d5 for the knight, the bishop on d6, not really looking that much better than the bishop on c3, but black has this impressive knight on d4 as well. The engine is right around the middle, e2 to e3
as always,
at some moment.
Typical fence-sitting engine.
Yeah, never wants to make up its mind, but e3 can kick the knight out of d4, whereas the knight on d5 cannot be pushed out by a pawn. So I'm just curious, and I see some mixed opinions here from the chat, and I just wanted to see what people are thinking.
I have a pretty clear intuition as to who I'd rather be. And I would say the more I look at this position and try to calculate concretely, the more my opinion kind of blurs. But I won't say just yet, not to influence the chat, but I'm also curious which side you would prefer, because we have such different approaches. And, you know, there's no right and wrong here. The position is objectively equal. That's the beauty of this.
And that's why I love positions just like this, right? We've mentioned Mikhail Shereshevsky's Endgame manual. This is far from the endgame. But it oftentimes when, I think I'm going to put on my coaching hat for a second, Danya, proverbial cap, if you will. And oftentimes people like their tactics, which are great for muscle memory, pattern recognition, trying to learn the concepts and then put them to use. But when you have a puzzle in front of you, you know there's a solution. You know what to look for, or you may make a mistake because you get overeager and sacrifice all your pieces when that's not what the tactic calls for. But a position like this is real chess, not just because we're watching it unfold before our very eyes, but because most chess games at this high level are not decided by my opponent blundered checkmate, now I'm going to go deliver it. It's about how can I make my opponent uncomfortable? What weaknesses can I induce? Is there a clear plan for white or for black? And that's why I wanted to ask people, and I see some mixed opinions here. Some people prefer to play this from the white side, others prefer to play it from the black side. And I would recommend, if you have a sparring partner, to put this exact position on the board and try it out and see, you know, what happens in your games, and maybe try to note where you went wrong and where you felt you went right.
All right, I'm gonna take another minute or so. I just have to bring something into the home so that it doesn't melt in the Charlotte sun, and pour myself some coffee. So 30 more seconds to a minute. My answer is black, that's for sure, because even though white has what we would call in Russian an eternal knight on d5, I still feel like black's sort of pawn mobility on the king side, coupled with some of these ideas of blasting open the center, and the long-term weakness of white's king, would give a dynamic player like me, okay, Naroditsky calling himself a dynamic player, like as if he's played a classical tournament in the last 2 years. My choice would be black. I will be right back. Do you want me to put a different game on one of the boards?
Yeah, why don't we actually put... We're so spoiled for choice this round. So many excellent games. You pick a game, then leave, and I'll do the talking.
Okay, I will put a different game on the small board and leave this game up on the big board, folks. On the small board, I will put up Hikamura's Nakaru's game. I think I said that correctly, right?
I think you did as well.
Nakamura-Arjun? I think that's right. That's how I heard my coach pronounce it.
Well, go get your package, Danya, because everyone wants to hear your thoughts about positions just like this, where it's getting sharp between Hikaru and Arjun. There are some tactics down the F file. So as Danya steps aside.
Be right back.
Okay, and I see that chat, by the way. Sometimes you study a position and then play against Stockfish to learn. It's a really good idea. And I used to use a physical notebook. I don't know if those exist anymore.
They do.
But you should consider doing the same and writing down your thoughts. It could be very helpful for your chess progress. But as we return to the position on the left-hand side, the smaller board underneath the cameras, we see that the evaluation, the engine is suggesting that it's about level. And that means that Hikaru has made some mistakes. His latest move was queen over to f2, and actually that's the culprit. It says that that was not the correct choice, but you can understand why he made a move like that. Putting your queen in line with your rook means that you are threatening things down that semi-open f-file, but I guess you're not threatening them quickly enough, and that's why it's saying that Arjun has neutralized the advantage. But I don't really fully believe the engine here. The position is very complicated. Maybe objectively, Black is doing okay if the Stockfish or Ceci or Leela, they sat across from Hikaru, they can handle this. But the question is, can Arjun? Because White will have an attack if the Black King doesn't castle, and it certainly will have an attack if the Black King does decide to depart the center and land on g8. It's not going to be simple. What about Deep Blue? Well, that's a great predecessor that we no longer speak about. We are past the Deep Blue and now into all of the other named engines out there that compete in the computer championships. I also feel like most people in chat would rather have Hikaru's position. So I'm going to ask the question knowing the answer, and now you might just change your answer because I've said this out loud. When you look at the board underneath the cameras, would you prefer to have Hikaru's position or Arjun's position? Yeah, people are already saying White. Precisely 0% surprised that would be your answer. You're taking Arjun. I'm not asking you which player you root for, because that's a very different question. And I'm also, Hikaru's bank account is not an acceptable answer either. Tayeb is saying, I like Black. I'm not sure I believe you. But if you're being honest, I appreciate your answer. You're taking me. I'm not up for grabs. So no, you're not. Arjun 55%. That just feel... What does that mean, Arjun 55%? You're giving odds for someone to win this game? It looks like a fun sparring position for either side. Dose is dose. Yes, it is. Do-si-do. I see what you did there with that username. This feels more even than the other board. There's less central advantage. White's pawns feel weaker, but Hikaru has the open file and more active rooks. Not sure who I'd pick. That's a great observation and breakdown. You don't like having your king in the center, so you would like to have Hikaru's position, and Black has a bad dark square bishop. It's true. Doesn't queen f2 allow Black to castle now? Is that why it's equal? Great question, and great first-time chat by Card TTV there. So queen f2 allows Black to castle, and Black could have castled in some of the other positions. But when Black castles, g5 will be played, and maybe even g6 to follow. And you can see that Arjun said, oh, I'm not going to get my king out of the center just yet. I'm going to play this move rook d6, which is a very smart move. The engine, the evaluation, it budged a little bit there, but not enough for me to say that that was a bad decision. Because I think Black is just trying to save his king, and not at all costs, because the move like rook d6 costs Black nothing. Arjun's not sacrificing material with that move. The rook trade will benefit Black's defensive task. Fewer pieces means fewer things to worry about in terms of king safety. The engine line isn't obvious to you. Well, I'm not using the engine. I can see the evaluation bar off to the side of the stream here, but I'm not using the engine. And the players are not using the engine either. Poor YouTube chat. Why are you saying poor YouTube chat? I'm trying to see what's going on there. I've been looking. Oh, my chat froze. It was stuck on the same messages for a while, but now I see people talking about things that have no relevance to chess, of course.
Is that
Hello,
so?
Danya.
Hello. I'm gonna be putting on my 2021 U.S. Championship sweatshirt, which tournament with very fond memories, as you probably know.
The 2021 U.S. Championship. Is that because you beat a very highly rated player?
I'm not gonna milk this. I promised at some point I'm gonna stop milking this. So maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Ooh.
Let's put the same game on both boards now so that we can analyze.
Actually,
because I heard every word you said.
I was going to ask you as well if we could get Magnus versus Fabi up because
Yes, we can.
some people were saying that Fabi has gone wrong and I need to open the board myself. And it does appear that something has gone wrong, even if the evaluation remains similar. That the fact that Fabi went rook a8 to c8.
So bright. Oh, shade now.
You're going to stop milking it, but then you're asking, why are you asking chat why you are so bright? We can't know the answer. Is it because you're well read? Is it because you've mastered the endgame?
Oh my god. No, it's because the weather in Charlotte is strange. And changes from minute to minute. Speaking of changing from minute to minute, what is it that people want to observe in this game?
They feel like Magnus has been able to obtain an advantage. And just by Black's last few moves, Danya, rook a8 went to c8 and then back to a8. That doesn't feel like Fabi is operating comfortably.
I hate to be that, that guy who keeps mentioning the same thing over and over again, but not playing knight b8, knight c6, right? We talk about how does like a win happen at this level? Yes, sometimes it's a blunder. Fabi had that absolutely devastating loss, and we should mention, of course, that it is definitely having a psychological impact on him. There's nothing worse, Robert. Trust me, there's nothing worse than losing a game like that before a rest day. It's excruciating because you want to play the next day, you want to like come back, and you have to suffer the entire day thinking about how good of a mood you could have had. And Fabi was like one move away. He had a forced win against Arjun at the end of the game, but he let his clock run too low. No matter how experienced you are, that is going to be stinging at you as you're playing your next game. And it's definitely not helping Fabiano Caruana here. You can kind of feel him begin to stumble and bumble as White's advantage grows from non-existent to tiny to maybe quite significant. What do you think?
I really like Magnus's position. Even coming up with individual moves for Fabiano on the big board, not too easy. And there will be a future, and maybe a near future, Danya, where White does play knight takes c6, queen takes c6, then pawn to e5. It's something that we said wasn't great earlier, but with so many pieces on the board, that knight on d2, it may land on d6, and that is going to be deeply unpleasant for Black.
Oh my gosh. And then Black is going to be in deep doo-doo. Same goes for a well-timed trade on c6, followed by knight b3 to d4. The Magnus game focuses on the big board, where you see the arrows. On the small board, we have Hikaru and Arjun, which is also seeing a lot of developments as Arjun swinging his rook up to d6 and across to b6, aiming at Hikaru's b-pawn. But I think Daniel Dubov right now, he's not too happy that he lost to Hans, but he is watching this game with a smile creeping up on his face as he sees Magnus taking over the initiative. He shared a really funny story a couple of years ago that I translated to my stream, but I'm happy to reproduce it here if we've got a moment. But I can see things happening a mile a minute.
Yeah, if you don't mind bringing up the Hikaru game on the big board and then sharing your story, just because I'm confused. Arjun's last few moves have been like Fabi's. He went rook b6 to d6, and then back to b6.
And I'm going to then, 1 second, sorry. I'm going to, on the small board, I'm going to convert it back to an analysis board. Here we go.
Oh, you took away the eval bar from that board, though.
I did.
How dare you?
I'm evil. Evil and evil. So we want the eval board on the small board.
It's okay, doctor. Wait, is Hikaru?
Scar
He's
messing up.
repeating moves.
He is.
At least this will be the second time the position appears
Oh my gosh! Wait a
because
second. Yeah.
it was rook b6 to d6, rook d1 to e1, rook back to b6, rook back to d1. Do you think that he actually wants? I don't think he does because the tournament standing, Danya, it strongly encourages him, if not forces him, to play for a win and get the 3 full points from a classical victory.
Right, Robert. I mean, on the one hand, you're right, but if you look at the situation, from a broader perspective, if you sort of consider all the pros and cons and sort of all the plus and minuses of going for a draw, I am, in the sort of latter stage of my chess career, and it's tiredness around 9, and like given my success in the Armageddon portion of the tournament, I think it would be a reasonable decision to expect him to repeat moves.
Okay, and for the candidates, you forgot to mention.
Right, and also for the candidates qualification, it's my last cycle. I do want to do a tournament recap, maybe do a preliminary Fisher Friday, Freestyle Friday stream, even though it's Thursday. So we'll take a look. We'll see.
I love your freestyling there. You just were
Well, thank you.
Spitballing, coming up with all. You took all of the references out of the treasure trove.
People on Levitov Chess also because they'd never heard my impression, so I did Grishuk, Kasparov, and Wesley. And the Grishuk one is not my best impression, but somehow it was popular. Well, not my best impression.
I'm guessing he's popular with the audience that you had as well.
But okay, I only did English impressions. No, but repeating moves here would be criminal, in my opinion. Not going to mince my words. I am not a big fan of mincing my words. I will be mincing the players here if they go for a quick draw like this.
Well, to take the serious portion of your impression, you said you feel like Grishuk would be unhappy with the players if they made a draw here. So Black, I feel like strongly wants to make a draw because he's worse. He hasn't castled. He's fearful of his king safety. So that means the burden is squarely on Hikaru's shoulders. So what can Hikaru do differently?
So first of all, very important. Why is Arjun thinking? People might be wondering, but Arjun is worse. Why is he not instantly playing rook d6? Arjun's fear is what Arjun is saying is this. Let's assume Hikaru doesn't go for the repetition. Do I have a better move than rook d6? Can I castle? So that's why he took that time. His answer is no, and he's sitting there praying, please play rook e1. Please don't go knight d2 or any of the other moves. I think Hikaru's going to repeat. I just have a feeling.
I'm sorry. Because the candidates.
Wait, why? What does that mean because of the candidates? How does that factor into his decision-making?
In an earlier, I don't know if it was an interview or just some confessional or whatever it was, I saw something where he was talking about he wants to keep his rating lead for the candidates because there will be a rating spot up for grabs. And he is, let me go to 2700 chess. Give me 1 second. At the moment,
as you're doing that, go ahead.
He is behind Magnus, obviously, but he is 24 rating points ahead of Fabiano. And then he is 30 rating points ahead of Arjun. So Fabiano is already qualified from the circuit. So he doesn't need to worry about Fabi. Well, actually, he does because it gets complicated, but the point is if Hikaru stays number 2 in the world, I believe he gets a spot in the candidates by rating if he plays enough games, whereas if he had a terrible tournament and lost a bunch of rating, then he would be in big trouble.
I'm going to get on the soapbox for a second here. The situation of the candidates is ridiculous. First of all, when are the candidates? Do you know when and where they're being held?
1 second. Google 2026 chess candidates.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
No.
So that's number 1, right? We don't know when this tournament's happening, what year it's happening, and we're supposedly GMs. The qualification process is so opaque. I can't name a single player who's made it into the candidates. I have no idea how the spots are determined. Fabi is the one guy that I know is in the candidates.
That's right.
None of the other spots are understood by
But also none of the other spots have been taken. So Fabi is the only player in the candidates.
I wish there was a website that showed progress to the candidates, what each player needs to make it to the candidates. That would be so interesting. It would be a talking point for the commentators. Nothing, no information. Figure it out in your own. FIDE circuit points. What is that? Nobody knows.
I can do this for you because I'm reading it off the Wikipedia page. And we know Wikipedia is the #1 most trusted source on the internet.
Course.
So the 2024 FIDE circuit, the 2025 FIDE circuit. Now, don't ask me how they calculate the points for the circuit. That's a entirely different discussion that has, I think, raised a lot of question marks. But either way, the top two finishers of the Grand Swiss, the top three finishers of the World Cup, and then the highest average rating from August to January. So August 2025 to January 2026. They're taking just those months.
Okay, that clarifies things. No, Hikaru has to qualify, should be able to qualify by rating because he's probably not playing any more classical, maybe at all, if he determines that if candidate's qualification is the most important thing for him, he might not play the Grand Swiss if that factors in.
But he has to play 40 games. So he might avoid the Grand Swiss because he doesn't want to lose rating. And I think he said, if I am quoting him correctly, that he'll play some Mickey Mouse tournaments.
I know a place that has some tournaments he might want to play. Carlton?
Carl's good?
Carl's Charlotte done. Charlotte bad.
Donna, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Can you express your appreciation in your YouTube chat for a second?
Can I express my appreciation? Sorry, I didn't have it open. Did I get a donation?
You did indeed.
And I appreciate... Oh, look at you. $9.99 from Ethan Harper. I've been loving the streams over the past week. Big thanks to you both. Great learning and humor. Thank you so much for the donation, the support. We do this only because the community has been so receptive, so lovely, and so supportive. So you make the magic happen, folks. Thank you so much. Well, you make the magic happen, Robert Hess.
No, but I do agree that 3 spots for the World Cup is always confusing. And, at the end of the World Cup, when you get knocked out in the semis, then you still have to play a match. And it is the candidate spot in the line that Magnus was playing the last time. And so he wasn't really involved. And Abasov got to qualify because of that. It was super weird. I don't get it. I think that there's too many things to figure out. So I'm just going to focus on what's in front of us. That's the chess. It's Hikaru Nakamura deciding if he will repeat moves or play for more. And I'm just looking across Danya. Okay.
And what do you
I was going to say Gukesh is fighting, and Wei Yi's advantage seems to be diminishing, although I still like his position.
I was just going to share Daniel Naroditsky's guide to whether your opponent is going to repeat moves. The biggest telltale sign of whether, if the answer is yes, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be moving their head in like a balanced motion, like from left side to the right side. If you find them doing that, and Hikaru loves to do this before he agrees to a draw, that means they're going to take it. If your opponent was previously better, you will see a distinct hint of disappointment on their face. For Hikaru, it might show as like kind of a fake annoyed face, like, all right, fine, I'm going to take a draw just this once because the extenuating circumstances. You might see your opponent examining their score sheet in an effort to find moments where they could have solidified their advantage earlier in the game. So if you see any of those behaviors, you might also see them deliberately draining their clock so that their coach doesn't get angry that they took a draw. Because then you can tell your coach, hey, Lev, I had 3 minutes on my clock. I calculated these variations, which I know are bad. And on their basis, I found that I had no choice but to take a draw. Do you want me to lose on time? I did that many times.
You lost on time many times?
No, I waited knowing that like I shouldn't take a draw. But I'm playing a higher rated player. I like deliberately let my clock run out because then my coach would see that, or I could tell my coach that I had 4 or 5 minutes left.
See,
don't do that, folks.
I could definitely see that being an issue for you because you have so much respect for the top players, and I know you always have. Whereas, when I was a kid and I was offered a draw by a GM, I would say no, and then I would proceed to lose. So you did secure those rating points, and I secured memories that may not be so happy.
Man, I secured a lot of nasty, unpleasant sessions with my coach, where he told me that when you turn 30 and you're not playing classical chess anymore, those additional 2 rating points are not going to be worth it. What is going to be worth it is the experience of playing top-rated grandmasters.
Oh, I thought what you were going to say was worth it is that next dono you just got there on YouTube.
I got another dono on YouTube.
Yeah.
Seems to make commentating with Hess worth it. 200 Czech krona, I think. Aw, thank you, Václav.
Aw, that actually is a very sweet message.
I'm going to havel myself a party after this commentary with all the support we're getting.
Just make sure you invite me too, okay? Don't leave me behind. I'd be sad.
You're always invited.
Well, this position that we have on the screens, Danya, no move yet from Hikaru, so why don't we leave him to it? If he decides to make a draw, we'll have Armageddon. If he decides to play on, which I actually think he will, then we will see what direction he takes this game. But there is action brewing in the other games as well. Magnus we know is better slightly, and
now
Gukesh,
clearly better, by the way.
yeah. But what has Wei Yi done to his position? Because it felt like it was a one-sided game. Now he's down by about 20 minutes. Is Wei Yi, and the eval bar says that black is no longer better.
And it looks like Wei Yi kind of stumbling around, trying to find the proper way to coordinate his pieces, and as a result, may have made things worse. Let's rewind for a second. I'm keeping an eye on the Hikaru game. I disagree with Robert Hess. I think we will see a repetition. But time will tell. We saw the move rook a to e8, which it's not a bad move. I think knight e4 was the move that we were sort of favoring. But okay, rook e8 was met with rook to g1, reinforcing the g5 pawn. And now the strange move, Robert. Bishop goes back to f5, really begging white to trade the knight for the bishop. Gukesh says, okay, you want a trade? You got yourself a trade. And then the move c4, which we hadn't talked about for a while, because it was simply unplayable under most circumstances with the black bishop on e6, now becomes a serious factor. I think precisely this move was underestimated by Wei Yi. And in response to d4, bishop to b4 looks really nasty. The pawn begins to hang, the bishop on d6. Black's pieces feel really loose here. And so we see Wei Yi finally centralizing his knight on e4, Robert. It seems like he's spent a couple of moves trying to engineer a trade that doesn't even really favor him in this particular version.
And it seems that he spent a valuable tempo. Bishop e6 to f5. Couldn't he already have had his knight on e4, threatening that dark squared bishop? So he handed Gukesh additional moves, and bishop d3 now has been played. So if that knight had captured the bishop on e6, Danya, there would be no pin here at the very least. So I don't really get what Wei Yi saw. He still isn't worse. His position is very active. His pieces are harmonious and centralized. And I would say some long-term issues for white. The g5 pawn is quite advanced, which can be good if you're attacking, but bad in certain endgames. So right now, Gukesh has been able to see the worst behind him, but it's still a very complicated position.
Looks like Hikaru has played rook e1. I'm not sure if that's 2-time repetition or 3-time repetition. If Arjun plays rook b6, can he now stop the clocks and call the arbiter? Sorry, I listened to every word, I promise. But yeah, looks like we might be heading for a draw there. No, bishop to d3, protecting g5, completing his development. What do you see?
No, I'm not with the chess. Sorry, I got distracted. So Bakalov gave us that donation and said that we're really motivating them to become better and work on new to chess, working on skills. Thank you. And then we didn't read the message. And someone with the username Anatoly Karpov said, "Keep going, bro," with a flexed muscle emoji. So Korpov.
Korpov in Seville. And here a very important point on knight takes d2. It's a very tempting move. Very bad. Opposite colored bishops. That was the theme of not yesterday's round. Yesterday was a rest day. Round 8, I should say. It favors the attacker, and this would be a textbook example. Wei Yi hasn't worked this hard, Robert, just to give away his knight on e4 voluntarily.
But it does feel like he
draw grade, by the way. Draw grade.
It's over?
It's over. They're signing their score sheets.
What?
Sag.
I'm not saying what from like, oh, how could Hikaru? It's more just, I really thought that he would play on, but I was very wrong. I can own my mistakes. I apologize, Danya. You were correct. You got it right this time.
You can say that again. No, I'm not happy to be right. This is not a situation where I'm going to gloat. And you know for a fact, Robert, I can just predict that the narrative is going to be how could he do, especially if he loses the Armageddon. Hikaru was better. He was the only side with attacking chances, just going for a draw with the white pieces. I can understand his decision-making, even without the candidate's qualification at issue. With the candidate's qualification a factor, and with Hikaru losing a lot of his advantage in the previous couple of moves, to me, a completely understandable decision. I'm sad because I was really hoping for a dynamic tactical game, and now we're going to get the usual like 3 Armageddons starting at random times. And the classical games also heating up all simultaneously.
Well, this is the only result that's in the books. It looks like we have a lot of fight on some of the other boards. So this game ends in a draw. Not this game, sorry. The Hikaru game ended in a draw. This game is still fighting chess. And well, I do think Wei has made several inaccuracies to allow Gukesh back into this game. But Danya, my attention is really drawn to some other positions.
Yes.
Look at the Vaishali versus Sara Kadem game. I know Sara's had a tough go of it in classical chess. She's lost the last two games, if memory serves me well. But look at the fight these two players are bringing to everybody. It's just mayhem.
I'm going to put that up on the small board if that's okay, and then keep this one up on the big board for now. Or do you
Sure.
think it's worth analyzing?
I wouldn't even know where to start, considering how complicated the position is. But Danya, this is your style right here.
So much going on here. The Magnus game, it's transforming. We're going to be chilling on the two board view, guys, for a while. So I'm going to expand this board and add the opponents. I think that decision will be rewarded. We'll be rewarded for that as these games heat up even further. Here we go. Sorry, I know you asked a question to me.
Here we go. No, I was just asking about the Vaishali and Sara position, and it's just confusing me. And
Bishop takes b2 is a move here, no?
it looks like it. Queen takes b2 is met by knight d3.
There's like a feast for the eyes. I'm looking at Gukesh. He has opposite colored bishops here and also potentially there. Bishop takes b2. Was that overlooked by Vaishali, or is she just saying, take my pawns, I'm going to get my pieces into the center? Where are you going to keep your king in the long run?
Yeah, bishop a3 seems
It's a
unfortunately
Rebecca
mandatory.
Harris position if I ever saw one. Sign me
Well,
up for the white side, please.
It looks very fun, but your move there, I see that the evaluation is changing, even though it looked completely reasonable.
Yeah, sign me up for the white side unless I'm playing Stockfish. So Sara Kadem will be contemplating whether or not to accept this. I don't know if it's a Greek gift or just a gift. She can also drop back to b6 and try to keep this knight at bay. Wei Yi, in the meantime, centralizing on the big board his queen to e5. I was also going to point out the time situation, which is certainly not Black's friend. And there's a potential tactic which makes Wei Yi's situation even more alarming.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that Wei is attacked with bishop a3, which makes Gukesh's king in some danger.
Looks like I missed a donut from Matthew. Matthew, so sorry. $5 from Matthew. Absolutely love the commentary. Thank you so much. Sorry if any donations are missed. We're trying to keep an eye on everything. We're flying the plane, and we're the flight attendants, and we don't have a flight engineer. But if in this position, and you're absolutely right, bishop a3 is something to reckon with, but it could be met with c3. If Gukesh plays the move rook d to e1, and Black plays knight takes d2, thinking that, well, I'm attacking the queen, so you have to take back. There is bishop takes h7, desperado, intermezzo, Zwischenzug. You can say it in many languages, but Black is down a queen, no matter who you are. Because rook takes c5 happens, then I pick up the knight, and then g6 will come with a devastating effect. If Black does not take the bishop, by the way, king h8, I still play queen h5, and the threat of checkmate still forces Black to give up all of his pieces. This is huge. I think rook de1 for this reason is probably Gukesh's top candidate move.
And rook d1, bishop a3, still an idea for Black, just trying to open up that diagonal so the Black queen can land on a1. And you're saying c3 is the way out. And
Only
especially
move.
now, yeah, especially now the rook on e1 pins that knight on e4. C3 seems to work, and now knight takes d2 I think doesn't change anything,
Nope.
right? Because the bishop takes h7 check still works.
But what does change is that the bishop is now hanging. I'm now threatening to take, so you have to drop back to c5. I'll put it this way. It is a 3-result game. It's a double-edged position, but it feels like Black's construction in the center is so flimsy. Yeah, it looks impressive, but let's say White takes on d5. The computer move here is rook to e2. Robert, what I love about this is that this tactic, it keeps repeating. It is the sort of fulcrum on which White's entire construction sits. If you can get this other rook over to e1 and the floodgates open, Black's position collapses really quickly. This is concerning.
So Black cannot just waste time, bishop a3 back to c5. It's a nice cheeky idea going for checkmate, but it will not pan out is what we're getting at. So what can Wei Yi do after rook to e1? Can he just play a move like, I'd say g6, but that shuts down these bishop h7 check ideas. So I'm wondering if black can play g6 after rook e1.
It does shut down these ideas. I did turn off Mr. Stockfish, but not before I saw, full disclosure, that bishop c3 here is apparently very strong. Why is it so strong? I get that the long diagonal opens, but let's say black drops back to e6. What do you see?
I just see that you can plant that bishop on f6 at some moment.
Yeah. Or d4. So takes on d5 first, probably?
Yeah, because you have to take with the pawn. And then
Nasty,
I think
nasty.
black's king is open. The isolated queen pawn could be a target, and it looks way more fun to play this from Gukesh's perspective.
We could get a Pillsbury mate with like rook takes e4, bishop c4 later, with the bishops crisscrossing, applesaucing these diagonals. Knight f4 in the meantime on the small board. Vaishali, following the commentator's advice, haven't you learned yet? How many more times do I need to say? Don't do what we say. That did not sound good.
Well, Danya, it's looking good there for Vaishali. Even if the engine disagrees, the black king does look open, and it's her style of position, but it's also Sara's. Both of these players are energetic. They like these tactical skirmishes, and black is up 2 pawns, but the king on e8, even if it gets to g8, it's definitely not going to be safer over there. Black is more likely to play king f8 at some moment and try her best to slide to safety. But I'm seeing action, Danya. And there's action.
This is why this commentary is exhausting. Norway chess, man.
It never ends, and it it has endless entertainment. But the Magnus game against Fabiano, I think we have to show that, because if my eyes do not deceive me, and I have 4 of them for a reason, white is just up a pawn.
By the way, I'm just going to very quickly on the small board put up the Leiting J game, where she is in even bigger trouble against Humpy Canero. So we're just going to keep that game. Sorry, I'm going to castle the games here. On the big board, I'm going to pull up the Magnus game, because we will be analyzing it momentarily. And on the small board, is that okay with you? I'm going to pull up the Leiting J game.
You are never even need to ask for permission or for acceptance, because you know you already have it. And
take it away.
I'm just looking at both games because there's a piece on c4 and a piece on c6, and it's a little distracting. But what I'm looking at mainly is the Magnus is up a pawn. The clocks have frozen, Danya. So
I know, yeah. I'm just resizing so that we can see the eval bar on both boards. Now they should unfreeze.
And they have. But Magnus is just up a pawn. I think that there is some risk for Magnus, not in the sense that he's going to lose the game, but because his king can be under some fire, that means that black will have chances to use that as counterplay, that white can't just try to trade pieces, get you out of there, because the white king doesn't allow Magnus to just throw all his pieces forward. But that being said, it's clearly better for white. Magnus just doing Magnus things. Danya, how bad do you think it is from Fabiano's perspective? Because objectively, it should still be in holding range.
Absolutely.
But what about over the board with 35 minutes on your clock?
I'm going to bring in 2 chess authors to help answer that question. The first is Aaron Nimzovich. He was obsessed with the concept of blockade, right? A piece that sits in front of an enemy pawn, preventing it from moving further. And the worst blockader, there's an inverse relationship between the value of the piece and its potency as a blockader. The problem with having a queen blockading a pawn is that you're essentially babysitting a pawn, and the queen is your most powerful piece. Also, the queen is a very easy piece to attack, whereas a piece like a knight or a bishop, it's harder to dislodge because it can be protected by another piece. However, we've talked about this really since the beginning of, not this game, but since this pawn structure was reached. E5 is far less effective than it may appear. Now, I think Magnus might play it. He might want to invite the knight to d5, but black doesn't lose the game. Nothing cataclysmic happens here. Maybe Magnus will get tactical here. Maybe he'll get frisky with a move like f5, trying to undermine this knight on d5. But the fact remains, the queen on c6 is not happy. The second author is Jonathan Rosen, the Scottish GM, who really likes to talk about the trend of the game. His point is that when you evaluate a position, yes, the most important thing is the objective evaluation, but potentially just as important is how the position was reached and what the evaluation was, let's say a couple of moves ago. Which side is happy to have this position and which side is like WT Magnus? Why am I being forced to defend this? Definitely the trend of the game is in white's favor. Had Caruana played knight b8, how long ago was this? This was only, where was this? Only 8 moves ago. I think we would have been having the same conversation, except it would have been white who had to demonstrate caution in order to hold a draw. Now, all of the trump cards are very much in Magnus's camp. However, the one thing that may give Fabi some relief, as you said, Robert, the fact the pawns don't go backwards and the fact that there's constantly this specter of a smothered mate or some mating construction looming over white's king.
Well, the Harvey Specter here isn't
Oh my
too
God.
threatening for white.
That
There you
pawn
go.
does not suit my tastes.
Oh, well.
I'm going to
You-
Lewis let you continue, though. Don't worry.
I knew you were going to use Lewis next, and I was going to get there, but you beat me to the punch. So,
The bar is very low. You have to remember that.
okay, well, you give me the mic, please, and let me go for
Woo!
my next point. So e5 played. This was a rush decision. You were not saying that it's necessarily bad, but he didn't have to play it just yet. I mean, e5 wasn't going anywhere. Knight d5 is the very natural response. And Danya, you know what game this reminds me of? Magnus against Arjun. Do you remember that one?
Magnus against Arjun from this tournament.
Yes.
Am I crazy for saying it's taking me a while to remember which game
That's
you're
totally
talking about?
fine. Magnus ended up winning the game, but it was queen and 2 rooks per side, and Magnus an extra b pawn, and he traded off 1 pair of rooks. He traded off the second pair of rooks, and he won a queen endgame.
It was a classical game?
Yeah,
I'm crazy. I can't remember
I mean there have been
this game.
there have been so many games that I do not blame you, but it was in the I think the 4th round. If
I'm
memory serves.
totally blanking in a scary way. Like I can't even conceptualize them playing.
There was a white queen on f6 at some point, and he went rook d8 check to exchange a pair of rooks.
I'm gonna pull
He
this
went
game up.
You don't remember any of this?
None of this.
Wow.
It's like this Soviet movie where I have selective amnesia for Magnus Carlsen's games. Round 4, you said.
Yeah, well, your forgetfulness does not earn you any donations here from all the Suits fans. So you're gonna have
Hopefully
to.
Nepomniachtchi won't tune into our stream. Oh, of course, this game.
Yes, but the reason why I brought this game up
Yeah.
is
Mhm.
because the engine for a long while said that Black was doing fine, even in the position that you have on the screen. But it just got worse, a little more uncomfortable. And then when Arjun had to find some only moves, like queen to e7, I believe, is what Magnus said in a confessional, instead of rook to e6. That's how you survive games like this. After rook e6, it was already beyond the point of repair, it would
And
appear.
Can you believe the game ended less than 20 moves later? Like, your point is so well taken because you think, it's going to be a 70-move game. No. Once the big mistake is made, boom, before you can still try to defend rook to b6, way too passive, allowing Magnus to play the move rook e8 check. Now I remember. He played this instantly, which was so impressive to me because it required so much calculation, so much conceptual knowledge of queen endgames, all rolled up into one. Magnus has both in abundance, and he won the game after skillfully maneuvering his king to the center. h4 is such a Magnus move, and the queen totally dominates. Once the king escaped the checks, the pawn reaches promotion. Arjun resigned in this position. Of course, now I remember.
I'm sure that trip down memory lane helped. And why I brought that game up is objectively it was holdable for the black pieces, in this case Fabi, previously Arjun. And if you look at the current position, f5 was just played, right?
Okay. Am I forgiven? I did put this on the board a little bit earlier. Okay.
I forgive you. Don't worry. F5, and we live, and you're going for the black king over there. And the knight on d5, you're trying to loosen its defense, right? E takes f5 is not even a possibility here because the pin on the d5 knight is eternal, and I think white would just win that piece. So without the ability to take on f5, maybe white takes on e6 in the near future. And then you've shortened black's pawn chain. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. Before f5 was played, f7 e6, that looked very healthy. Now after white captures on e6 and black takes back with the f-pawn, watch out for the bishop sliding out to h3, trying to increase the pressure on that point. It becomes a weak point in black's camp rather than a strong one.
I've decided to put the Gukesh game up on the small board, folks. That's to the left. On the bottom, you can see bishop c5 has been played, and Gukesh did indeed play rook e1 on the previous move. For newer players, Robert, can we actually demonstrate why e takes c5 loses move for move?
Sure. E takes d5. You've removed one of the defenders of your knight on d5. So your first instinct should be pile up pressure on the pinned piece. And how can we do that, right? There are a couple options. Exactly. Queen d4. I was gonna say rook d4. Might want to use a less valuable piece, but then the c5 pawn is hanging, and there are all sorts of danger that white would have to deal with there. So queen d4 keeps everything defended. Black can play rook d8, and then white reroutes the rook. Rook can go back to say c2,
Beautiful.
and then to the d file. I'm not sure if it matters which rank you're on, but either way, the pin is absolutely devastating for black. You're not getting out of it.
Such an instructive move for people to file away in your notebooks, if those exist. As you said, right? You don't need to do everything at once because the pin is eternal. I couldn't have put it better myself. Also, the presence of the pass pawn as another factor tying black down. Out of the question for Fabiano. We are being told that at a high depth, the computer believes that black can hold in entirely. It's not even, white doesn't even have an iota of an objective advantage. Take that and throw into the trash can. Fabi is not sitting there thinking, this is clearly 0.0. I have nothing to worry about. Trust me, he's not.
Certainly not. And actually, the next move is very difficult to play here. Because you said that, I went and checked.
Can I guess?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, my first instinct is queen a6. I swear I was about to say that.
I believe you.
Was that the move?
Yes, it is. And rook c1 is the recommended reply.
First of all, we'd have to consider what bishop takes d5. Rook to c1, there's a hard move there. Is it queen to a7 with the idea of bishop d5, rook c5?
Nope, it's not that.
Darn it!
But that is a fun line. It's not 93 either.
Okay, last attempt. Before I make any more of a fool of myself. Is it
By the way,
queen to d3?
Queen d3 is correct. Queen a7, not bad, at least on this relatively low depth.
You can hurt my feelings. It's okay.
No, queen a7 it says plus 0.9 for white after queen a7, and a queen d3 is half a pawn. But this is not easy to figure out because you're allowing the c pawn to step forward. And anytime your opponent's a pass pawn, what you're taught to do is not let that pawn rumble forward. So like rook c1, queen d3, pawn c6.
Oh, God.
Why is that not a problem?
So c6. Well, first of all, f5 is hanging. But I don't think I want to take it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Queen e3,
yeah,
and rook takes c6, though.
Oh.
Chekovich. And white is in trouble of it after rook takes c6.
No, queen b8. And so throw an fe first.
By the way, this is why Fabio played h6 12 moves ago. He calculated this line, and he understood that this is no longer checkmate.
But I'm being honest, I closed the engine, but fe6 first.
Okay, I take back.
And then c6, because this queen e3 check, rook takes c6 no longer works.
That's beautiful. And it no longer works because there is queen b8 check, forcing the king to h7, otherwise queen b7, and queen b1 covering the back rank robber. That's beautiful. That's such a lovely line.
I've always loved tactics like this because we often think of like the most aggressive moves possible, but actually the check on the first rank covers the mating pattern that black was hoping for, and white not just survives, but goes up rook.
You hear the word subtlety so often, right? This is a great example of how... Yeah, what do you see?
Oh, no, I thought Hikaru's game was starting, but it's just populated. It's not starting.
Here we go with this again.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there. I just thought it was live.
Not at all. I will. H5, we live. The inclusion of a pair of captures, right? How much that impacts the position. Garry Kasparov or Veselin Topalov, when he was visiting Charlotte for chess camp, he was talking about his famous game against Kasparov and how like a single pawn being on h2 rather than h3, it's like the butterfly effect. It propagates because it becomes significant at one particular moment, and that moment in turn influences the course of events much earlier in the game. Will we see rook c1, queen d3? And what is the correct response to f takes c6 followed by c6? These are all questions that Mr. Caruana will have to answer potentially. So what is the move after c6? Is it 93? Is it, I don't know.
I don't know if you want me to go back and look it up.
But... I'll look it up. It's queen e3. Oh, obviously, if I saw this, king h1, and of course, king h8. Yeah, because nothing's the matter here. Queen b1, king g8. Are you kidding me? You're just sitting and doing nothing? This is why humans will be out of a job pretty soon.
But king h8 doesn't even threaten rook takes c6, right?
Exactly.
What is king h8?
And I'm going to threaten to turn off Stockfish, actually. I'm going to do that because rook c1 is already on the board. And this is the moment of truth for Mr. Caruana. I think he's going to go queen a7. That's my prediction.
Okay. Looks extremely natural to my eyes.
No, this is
Oh,
bad. This is bad news. If king h8 is the move, although you're about to inform us with an astute observation, I can feel it.
no, your tactic was very well pointed out. A nice spot by you. The queen a7, bishop takes d5 right away. Black has rook takes c5, and I believe has not
But
just
again, you
equalized,
can
but
take.
yeah, take on e6 first, right?
How gorgeous is this, Robert? The same concept in a completely different position. If bishop takes d5, intermezzo, rook takes c5. Because of the discovery, you win back the bishop. But as you pointed out earlier, f takes c6 first. If you take on c5, I take on f7 with check. If I take on e6, now you take on d5, and rook takes c5 runs into bishop takes c6, and the bishop gets away scot-free. Black has to play e takes d5. You centralize the queen on d4, and we're chilling.
And I can see the bar there. It's saying white's
I'm
only
getting started. Pulling it up. Yeah, go on.
Get that up. But white's only slightly better, but it looks really, really just overwhelming, and black would have a tough time defending. So Hikaru against Arjun is an Armageddon.
It's on the big board.
Arjun-geddon has commenced, and we've seen this opening many a time before. And what do you make of the decision thus far? Because Arjun is responding very quickly to Hikaru's line.
We don't have the time to show any of this, but a5 is a move introduced into top-level practice by Hikaru himself. And I seem to remember that he lost on the white side of this to Vidit in the previous candidates, that crazy bishop takes h3 game. So Arjun standing on the shoulders of giants, or in this case, standing on the shoulders of his opponent.
That usually doesn't feel so good for Hikaru, but he also has played this position, I believe, against Rajabov in the candidates 2022, where we were both covering the event live. And
Oh, Wei blundered? I'm going to pull this up on the small board.
Oh
Sorry,
my
keep going. Wei
goodness.
blundered. Even bishop takes h7 was missed. Oh, he missed it. But is that, or did he see something later?
Oh my goodness!
Did he
there's so
see
much
that
to
move?
calculate. Wait, so the engine's not overly impressed. So bishop h7.
Sorry to shout. I didn't mean to raise my voice. I'm genuinely shocked. Completely genuinely.
I don't think he missed it. I think he's allowed it.
He's allowed it. So queen h5, and he wants to sack his queen and take f2 at the end?
Yes.
Yeah,
And I have to be
my
honest-
apologies. Mm-hmm.
I have to be honest. I see the evaluation, and I would just chalk this up to me. Better for white, but very difficult to prove.
I don't know if I agree, Robert, because after rook f1, the most primitive move, how on earth could Wei have voluntarily gone for this? Because the rook is tied down to e5. g6 is constantly hanging over him, like the sword of Damocles. f3 is not possible, and white is going to work on securing his king and using this 2-on-1 pawn advantage. I'm shocked. And Hikaru's better, by the way, in the meantime. He's gotten the bishop pair secured. Arjun, the decision to play the Hikaru variation against Hikaru, I don't know. You might have awakened the beast here.
Well, I think that for Gukesh, I mean, he had a bad position, and now he has a great opportunity. And for Wei Yi, the trajectory of the game was not going in his direction. But you mentioned Hikaru's advantage, and we see that on the big board. The bishop pair for white is nice, especially because the bishop on f1 can slide out to c4, apply maximum pressure on the f7 pawn. And Hikaru's just gaining space turn after turn. But for Arjun, he's playing very quickly. So remember, everybody, Hikaru needs to win, otherwise Arjun gets the points.
Hikaru is playing very quickly. Actually, both sides are playing very quickly. But look at that knight on g6. To make matters worse, you like to point this out, Robert, the pawn on g3, completely restricting it. Arjun is adopting a waiting strategy. He's saying, yes, my position is ugly. Yes, I'm lacking a light-scored bishop. But as long as I can keep the f7 pawn secure, as long as I can prevent a move like b5, which right now he's able to do by aiming at the a5 pawn, he's trying to keep his position together. I don't like this one bit. I don't agree with the strategy. He has gotten exactly the type of position that Hikaru has excelled in for the last 10 years or so. Hikaru is a technician a lot more than a tactician in this second stage of his chess career.
I agree. And I really like how Hikaru went rook back to a1, rook behind a passed pawn. And I would not be playing a6 too soon if I were Hikaru. And he's leaving the tension alive. a6 can be played later, but the pawn on a5 is safer for the time being. Very well orchestrated thus far by Hikaru. And for Arjun, maybe rook a7, rook a8, just pile up all your pieces in the a file. And I will say the one piece that's not really participating is that knight on g6. My coach always used to say that knights on b3, b6, g3, g6, they stay there too long. So that knight probably should come back into the action at some point.
Easier said than done, though, the e5 pawn being aimed at. And Dr. Zygbertarsh, I didn't quite catch him for a lesson. He charged too much. He was also dead by the time I was born. One piece stands badly, the whole position stands badly. And these aphorisms, they're pretty empty most of the time. But in this case, you can clearly see that it is contributing to Black's suffering. Arjun tries to aim at the b4 pawn. He will not play b takes a5 unless he absolutely has to, because if these pawns are traded, Robert, then the bishop on f1 is going to ensure that a pawn which lands on a6 is permanently protected. If Hikaru plays it prematurely, he might have to reckon with the move b5.
Whoa.
Speaking of which, what? Tactics alert?
I like it. Queen c6, bishop takes b4. White objectively is better. There's no question about that. But at least you're throwing a wrench into White's plans. It's not just going to be like straightforward. You mentioned queen b3. Black will play c5.
I wish him all the best.
Same here. Black's pieces, they come alive, and it's not just a one-sided game anymore.
Lovely move by Arjun, not because he's happy with his position, but because unless he finds a way to inject an element of tactics, he ain't going to live to tell the tale. His queen side ain't going to live to tell the tale. What is Hikaru's move after queen takes b4? Simply entrenching, ensconcing that pawn on a6.
These decisions are not easy. The a pawn is strong, not going after the b pawn just yet. And if you are Arjun, maybe you have to just curl up in a ball and play like rook a7 and then double your rooks. But if b5 drops, a6 is well defended, as you're pointing out.
On the Wei board, very quickly, can Black play king h8? Is that viable? It is also a possibility, but we don't have the time to explore those complications. I will tell you, folks, looking at the computer here very quickly, king h8 will be met by rook takes d2, and that actually might be what Wei overlooked. Oh, look at Hikaru. Look at just the technical effort in this game. He's playing a classical level game in the Armageddon. The pawn on a6 is untouchable. I don't know where to look because we've got a lot of good moves being played.
I think that Arjun now is just, trouble doesn't begin to describe what's happening here. But the knight on f3 is loose. And we have to remember that Magnus blundered a knight right before the rest day against Wei Yi in Armageddon. So Hikaru needs to pay attention. That queen on a3, it doesn't just attack a6. The knight could drop if you leave it hanging.
This game is, I hate to say that phrase, this game is, the knight is also hanging. I didn't even see that.
Well, that's what makes Rook b5 such a great move.
Oh, no. Rook to e3 here is apparently crushing on the spot because queen takes a6. Zoop. Rook b8 picks off the entire queen. Oof. Of course, he sees it.
Oh, that's such a nice variation. So one question I have, Danya. I know White's going to play rook to b7. What happens when Black sacrifices an exchange on a6 at some moment? Like, is there any hope of... Oh, well, rook takes a6
Wait
now.
A second.
Not just...
It just picks off the pawn if rook b7.
How do you...
What a technical move. I keep repeating this word, but the precision is just surgical by Hikaru, who's kept a 3-minute time advantage all throughout.
I had a blunder in my head. I was about to ask, how do you protect a6? I forgot after rook a6, rook a6, rook a6, the queen can capture over there. So White is ahead there, but as you're pointing out, the knight's heading to d7. Danya, this... if the times were reversed, we might say Arjun has decent chances, but Hikaru is a healthy lead on the clock.
But a move like queen c3, how easy is it to forget about rook takes a6? Because simultaneously, that move also protects the queen. And Arjun, his next move is very obvious. This is a critical moment for Hikaru. He unpins the bishop. His flawless game continues. The accuracy should be close to 100% here.
So strong is Hikaru Nakamura in these situations. And the knight comes to e6. I don't see an immediate threat, Danya, but if White's not careful, at some moment there could be like queen takes f3, knight d4 check. Just to keep an eye out that there are some tactics in the future.
Rook b7 might be met with knight d8, but then rook takes a7 and White will have the last laugh. Hikaru's the kind of guy to calculate that and quickly play rook b7. He will try to get one pair of rooks off the board, but you're right. Arjun is not going down without a fight.
Even that variation, like rook b7, knight d8, you get the 2 rooks for the queen. There still will be some outside chances, and Hikaru wants none of that. Because queen d6, that e5 pawn is hanging, and I don't see a good way to protect it.
Fabi did play queen a7, so I get to keep my all the profits from this stream for now. But queen to d6, I don't want to deal with it, says Hikaru. I don't want to calculate. I don't want to have your stupid knight d8s. Get out of here. And he'll be getting out of here momentarily because Arjun is running out of resources and running out of time. He'll be running out of pawns as well once that e5 pawn is gobbled up by the queen.
Queen takes e5 seems pretty automatic. If the queens come off, then
Sag.
black has no chance. If the queens stay on, then there's
Oh.
an attack against the black king.
But look at him operating on both fronts. After the trade on b7, the path is clear for promotion. Sacking an exchange doesn't help because you're also going to drop e5 at the end. There's not much to say here other than this man is a wizard.
You're a wizard, Hikaru. Someone's going to meme that and get that going. But right now, I think that for Arjun Erigaisi, he is going to be very upset with this Armageddon game. But, I mean, Danya, sometimes you just have to give a player all the credit, and Hikaru has dominated this game from the start.
But now, can Arjun trade queens and go rook takes b7 and rook b8 and try to pick up that b7 pawn? Is that his idea?
Is there just rook...
Well, we're about to see it on the board. Bishop a6, knight c7, knight c6,
Wait,
takes, rook c3. It's winning.
The f7 pawn's also hanging, so if you want to go up 2 pawns directly, I wouldn't give my best pawn, but f7 does drop.
You can play bishop a6. Hikaru is the kind of guy to just say, I don't want to deal with the calculation, and play knight takes f7. All roads lead to Rome or Charlotte.
or in this case, a Hikaru win. Yeah, rook b3 looks nice. Bishop b5 can't be too bad either. Trying to plant that bishop on c6. It seems like you have many different options here for Hikaru Nakamura. He's winning. He's ahead on the clock, and he is in business. So his decision, Danya, to make that draw in classical, maybe not the worst one after all.
Absolutely not. It's understandable. He felt like he was losing control of the game with the candidate's qualification on the docket. It's totally logical. And look at this. Arjun's going to go knight d8. It's going to take more effort for Hikaru to pry the knight away from b8. That's why you have a piece called the king. And that's why you can also put your pawn majority to good use as well. f4 would be my vote.
F4 looks great. Yeah, the black king would have to somehow get in touch with the b7 pawn, but
G4.
that's not legal.
He is going to play g4. I guarantee it. Just watch.
G4 looks very strong. F4 doesn't look too bad either.
And look at this line. G4, king g5, and king to g3. Black is unable to set up the final blockade, and f6 is met with e6. Black is in Zugzwang. Goodbye.
The only moves that I see are king h7, back and forth, but white will play f4, f5, e6, and get that next pass pawn rolling. The knights, they're protecting one another, but they're pawns to kick them away.
And Arjun's going to hold his head up high because guess what? He was in big trouble in the classical game. That game easily could have gone out of control, and Hikaru Nakamura, he wins. Arjun extends his hand in resignation, and that means we need to pull up another game here. Did you and June make a huge blunder?
Even worse, Humpy blundered terribly.
Holy cannoli! How is she down a piece? Did she hang a piece?
Yeah, look at Black's 20-second move.
She hung up. Oh my god! It went from almost winning to dead lost.
So Humpy thought she was gaining a tempo with bishop c5, hitting the queen.
Right.
But what she forgot about is after queen a4, the black queen is undefended. And if you trade queens, knight takes a4, threatens the bishop on c5, while the knight on f4 is loose.
And you can't go knight d3 check, Robert. There's that bishop without even making a single move. It is restricting the knight. There is simply no way to defend both. And the knight can't go back to e6 either because of this other goddarn bishop. Humpy was forced to just give up an entire knight for no comp. You can't blunder like this, though. But where did she expect white to go? Where else can the queen go?
Maybe d1?
Rook d8.
Yeah, that doesn't exist. I don't actually know what she overlooked here.
Nuts. And bolts. And we're going to bolt over to the Gukesh game really quickly because Wei did go down that alternate path. This is why we're so exhausted after each round, because everything happens in the span of 10 seconds.
So what's going on? Sorry, I'm trying to look at the
queen.
So the queen trade. Because king h6, you have rook h5 mate. That's so frustrating.
The only move for white to keep an advantage. It's an only move. It's a powerful one, and it's on the board. Queen to b3 here. This actually might be the detail that Wei missed.
Can you just show that variation? By the way, king h6, it looks like there's a stop because the queen on e2 covers the h5 square, but not if the white queen sits on f3 still. Rook h5, not queen h5, would have been checkmate.
Just to tie a knot on the Leiting J game, because The game is not over, right? Humpy will keep fighting. White has 20 minutes, but she is up a full piece, and she should be able to consolidate her advantage. Let me put up another game on that board. Ju-Jun, the women's world champion, is also going downhill. But on the smaller board, you're pointing out rook h5 and queen b3. Sorry, which
I was
move
saying
here?
no. I was saying instead of king to h8, king h6.
Oh, checkmate.
Right, but I'm saying sometimes you think the queen is going to deliver the checkmate, but the queen on e2 guarded h5 through the with the queen on f3 moved, but the rook on h5 can do the trick.
Excellent. Sorry, I was just trying to keep track of everything. Instead, we see king to g8, and it's a matter of seconds, I think, before we will see the move queen b3 on the board. How will Wei Yi respond to queen b3? Will he play rook e6 or will he play queen e6? What do you think?
I'm going to use a Danya tactic. Does rook e3 somehow work?
Oh, no, you didn't. I take it.
Queen takes with
Queen
check.
takes e3, but not bishop takes. Actually, maybe even bishop takes works.
I'm not going to venture into that. I mean, queen e3, I think, isn't black winning?
Wait, how does white play here? Rook d3 check, maybe.
And then just king has to
No,
go.
rook e6.
Or rook e6.
Keeping the extra piece alive. Now, wait a second. Is there something insane here?
Oh, he's calculating in Russian, everybody.
C3. Again, this move C3.
It's so annoying in chess when like a tiny little move is played and it's just strong. But how does this game continue? King h8 looks forced, more or less.
Because now the discover check is unstoppable, so you have to move the king away. I take your bishop.
And then rook takes h3. Do you have like queen f7? Is that somehow your idea?
Now, folks, queen takes f2, not possible. Your queen has to keep the sorry, my bad. Has to keep babysitting the h5 square. So you're saying rook takes h3?
And then queen f7, is that it?
Robert Hess, where were you in the Puzzle Rush Championship? Rook g8, queen takes g8?
Mm-hmm.
Get me out of here. This is too much tactics for one day.
Yummy, yummy.
Wow. c3. Maybe this is the move that he missed.
It's just a wild position, but also Gukesh hasn't moved yet, Danya. So, I mean, he has to figure out the c3 pawn push as well.
And if you don't see it, you're losing on the spot. Because a move like rook d3 check, it looks sexy to give that discover check. It doesn't do anything. The rook drops back to e6. F takes e3, folks. Even queen takes e3 check ends the game. The queens will be traded, and you will lose your entire rook on g1. By process of elimination, Robert, I think if you're not playing queen b3, the only alternative is to go for a worse endgame.
Worse for who?
For white. Absolutely for white.
Is it worse for white? So takes rook c5, rook f2, rook c7's coming soon. I don't know if now.
I'm overestimating, I guess, the power of this pawn. I thought the pawn is going to get to f3, and I'd be terrified here.
Well, apparently you were right, because my move was bad. Oh, and now it's gone back to the middle.
No, but this is not why you engineered all of those wizard tactics. If you're Gukesh, you didn't do all of that just to get this.
No, this looks scary. I mean, you're right that black has good winning chances because the room for error is so small.
So for those of you who are like, WTF is going on, I'm going to put the Gukesh board up on the big board. I just want to very quickly point out what's going on Ju-Jun's board because she did something unthinkable as well. First, let's castle the games. And Fabiano and Magnus have reached the position that we anticipated, by the way. Ju-Jun has made a couple of blunders. She is much worse. I'm going to pull up the Fabi game instead, by the way, because I think that is where the action will be unfolding in the immediate future.
Okay, well, when we eventually do look at that game, I think there's some very instructive points between Ju-Jun and Anna Muzychuk. And Muzychuk has played a great event thus far. I've been complimenting her recent streak in classical chess. And actually, given what's happening in the Humpy game, I think that a win for Muzychuk or for Ju-Jun, whoever can take that in classical, they can leapfrog Humpy, who's in trouble now against Lei Ting-Jie. So a lot to play for there. But Donna, you have the games up right now. Magnus is up a pawn, clearly better. The eval bar still says that Fabi's holding on. Do you believe he'll be able to hold on for the rest of this game? He is down under 20 minutes.
I mean, maybe I'm biased because I've seen Magnus win so many of these games, even with a better time situation for his opponent. Given the psychological pressure on Fabiano right now, the need to push that loss against Arjun out of his mind. I'm really worried for him. And Gukesh finds queen b3. I am not worried for the world champion, who is staging yet another comeback. This one not as dramatic, but there was a point where this was unimaginable just 10 moves ago.
It's funny, Dania, because I think from moves 1 to 20, Gukesh might be playing the worst chess in the event. And then from moves, I don't even know what, like 25 to 40, he might be playing the best moves.
And just to quickly recap how this was reached, after bishop takes h7, we showed why king takes h7 is bad. Wei hiding under the bishop, and queen to h5 here is very tempting, but also very losing. Queen takes e2 attacks the tail of the discovery, right? The piece that's actually giving the check. So unless the bishop can step back with a double check, you can bid any hopes of checkmate goodbye. Queen h4 would run into bishop takes f2, disarming the mechanism. For this reason, rook takes d2 was played. How often do you do this, Robert, where not only can you capture the queen, but you move the same piece away into a different direction? King takes h7, Forkovich, and let's not forget about g6 and queen h5, which still remains white's main attacking idea. It's on the board, and queen to b3, another discovery is set up. That was not on my bingo card, right? We were looking at the discovery down the h-file. A discovery down this diagonal was very hard to anticipate.
And you are correct. I will say that once again, that this bishop takes h7 check idea, rook takes d2. I mean, that's such a difficult idea to spot from a distance. So you can forgive maybe Wei Yi for missing it in
No,
this
you
game.
can't. You should be kicked out.
I will forgive him. But that's a lovely tactic. It's a rare tactic as well, as rook moving away from the potential win of a queen to take back a knight. That's not something you see every day. So something we do see every day, Danya, is Magnus Carlsen winning in slightly better endgames. What do you think?
Yeah, we do see that every day, actually, whether it's blitz or classical. Let me turn my attention over to that game. It's a healthy extra pawn, and it's a tale of two blockaders. White's queen on d4 is doing as good of a job as a queen can be doing when it has the task of blockading a pawn. The stakes are also much higher for black's queen. The moment it moves, you have to reckon with the pawn moving up to c6. I think white is going to try to win this game by combining the pressure exerted by these two passers with the longer-term possibility of staging a pawn storm and maybe eventually opening up the h-file. Bishop e3 check is on the board. Wei E putting a different piece on that square. Is king b1 the problem here?
Well, pawn takes e3, queen e3 check. The queens come off. That doesn't look convincing. And as you said, of course, king to b1 is the right continuation. And after king h8, only then do you take this bishop on e3. And you made this very important point earlier, Danya, that the black queen needs to stay in line with the h5 square because rook h5 otherwise would be checkmate.
And not only does that preclude queen takes e3, it precludes the move f3, which otherwise would have been very powerful. What about f takes e3? Is there another crazy tactic here that white has in store for us? Is it just
rook no?
d4? Rook f1 is a threat.
Oh, okay, that's important.
Maybe just a4. No, it's +5.
a4 rook f1. That looks.
I trade and go king a2. And queen takes c3 is a threat there. I'm checking. It's a4. Rook f1. Take, king a2. Now black's queen has to return to protecting this square. If you do it from h3, look at this rook to d4. Subtle and incredibly, incredibly powerful because queen f7. Black can't push the pawn because of the pin. And white is going to get the win here very, very quickly if Gukesh can find all of this.
Yeah, that's a very straightforward, easy, nothing more to see here type of idea. In all seriousness, there is still a lot of life left in this game because even that variation, you allowed a black pawn on e3 with a rook behind it. That does seem scary. And what's this d2?
And by the way, white can go rook to 2 check because speaking of scary, even scary Kasparov might be too scared to go into a line like this. Rook takes e3 is the far more resilient continuation, pushing white's queen away from b3. You have to go to b4 to prevent the back rank mate. Black can slide the king over back to g8, and it's a very hard position to evaluate properly. f3, f2 is coming fast. White has to see a lot of tactical details, so maybe Gukesh says, you know what, guys? I'm just going to go rook d2. I'm going to force the queens off the board because in this position, you have to take on e3 with the queen. And this endgame is a lot more palatable than the one we were analyzing earlier with black's rook on f2.
Better for white, but plenty of drawing chances for black even there. King b1 is found, Danya. He is unafraid. He is playing the precise continuations. And now for Wei Yi, I mean, he needs to muddy these waters. He's going to have to play king h8, rook takes e3, but as you've been showing, white objectively is better, but it's not the end of the game just yet.
Unafraid, unswerving in his determination, and unbelievable is the course that this game has taken. Wei Yi is up a piece, but that is where his trump cards end. And his material advantage will be ended on the very next move. F takes e3 will be happening. King h8 is forced.
I just can't believe the turnaround in this game, and I do believe some of it was Wei Yi's doing, like moving that light square bishop a few times. But Gukesh, he just spots these tactics when he needs to, and I'm very impressed with his ability to wriggle free from bad positions, from binds, and just continue fighting to the end of the game.
Yeah, I was just looking on my phone at the Ju and June game, which I did replace. As you said, some beautiful, beautiful concepts there, but an unthinkable move by the women's world champion that got the position to where it is now, which is very, very big trouble.
And I'm going to ask you a question, Danya. It's going to be a difficult one to come up with an answer to. The Magnus Fabi game, I'm starting to wonder, what if Fabi just moves his king back and forth like every single turn? King g8, king h8, king g8, king h8, because the white rook can't leave the c5 pawn behind. At least I don't see an easy way to do that. And if the queens come off the board and c5 and d5 are exchanged for one another, black's king is so close to the remaining passer that feels like it's a draw. So how does Magnus continue to squeeze?
While I'm stalling, because I don't know the answer to that question, and maybe there is no answer, maybe the position is drawn because white cannot make progress. I will also point out, Robert, that rook to d2 on the small board, folks, is where I'm moving the pieces. Queen takes c5, queen takes d5. You're up a pawn, yes, but when the center opens up, I think white will pay the price because his king is weaker. Would you keep the queens here? Or would you play queen to e3, Robert? That would be my choice, queen e3.
Well, you gave me your answer because would you keep the queens or play queen e3?
Sorry, would you trade queens or play queen e3? And would you tell your co-commentator to talk English better?
Your English is stellar. I'm not worried about it. If queen takes d5, I calculated that it was just a draw. I would certainly play that. And it does look like there's one issue, at least at first glance, in some of these lines, is that king g8 is met by e6, and the black king, it's close, but it doesn't get there as quickly as I would like.
I'm not a huge fan of Magnus's move h5 here. I feel like this, yes, it deep freezes the pawn, right, where one pawn essentially keeps two pawns at bay. So he's gearing up for a future endgame, but the downside is very significant. You are now forfeiting your ability to push the g-pawn up the board more effectively in the future. So maybe a little bit hasty. Maybe I should not criticize Magnus's play in technical positions, where he generally knows how to operate without unsolicited input from a 2600.
Can I ask another question, Danya? Because
No.
it's your style.
Yes, you can.
Let's say black just goes king g8, king h8, and white goes g4, king g3. I'm just wondering if there's a way to play g5, sacrificing one pawn, and then play like h6 and sacrifice another if the black king's on h8.
Oh, you're trying to... Yeah, I see what you're saying. With the black queen on c6, that's going to be hard to achieve. But king to h3 by Magnusian, he is tempting, goading black. Please give me that check on e6 and setting up queen g4, which would be bad news. Bad news indeed, with the rook in white's crosshairs.
Okay, so Magnus continues to press. It's a really difficult defensive task for Fabiano. We have to recall that he lost before the rest day. Practically winning game against Arjun slipped through his fingers. In the first game against Hikaru, he was defending, and then lost in his time trouble. But he is doing a better job on the clock in this game. It's nearly 17 minutes, and they've already reached move 40 and 10-second increment.
I'm going to predict that g4 will happen eventually. I need to take a deep breath. While I do that, maybe I can quickly share that Dubov story that I was threatening people with earlier.
Go for it. I'm gonna grab some water. So it's
Please,
story
you
time
have
for you.
more than earned a break, folks. Yeah, this is Norway chess action at its finest. Those of you who've been on my stream, I shared the story a couple days ago. So Dubov, who was Magnus' second, shared a funny story that one time during a big tournament, Dubov was up late making a file for Magnus for his upcoming game. So according to Dubov, late at night, the file is ready. He composes an email to Magnus, and in the body of the email, he tries to include a motivational note. So he says, hi, Magnus, I'm feeling pretty confident for your game tomorrow. I think I've come up with some good analysis. This is not a line you usually play, but you'll just kind of develop your pieces, bring your queen out, develop an initiative, and you'll crush your opponent. You got this, old man. And he sends off the email. He goes to bed, and Dubov says, when I wake up the next morning, which is quite a bit later than when most people are having lunch, Magnus's game is well underway. So he logs into his email, and he sees a response from Magnus. And he says, well, the response just says, okay, anything else? And to his horror, Dubov realizes that apart from the motivational message, which of course was very well received, he had forgotten to include and attach the actual file. Funny story. I think Magnus was okay in the end, and he is very much okay in this position, as both sides, with a sudden king dance, king back to h2, maybe gearing up for g4, maybe not. It's move 41, so they have reached that 10-second increment, but obviously that's not the deciding factor just yet. Well, you guys know what to do. When I leave, it's time to compliment me, apparently. We have someone here much more deserving of compliments, and that person's name is Robert Hess. So I'm going to turn it back on him before he's returned. Spam those compliments in all of the chats. Robert is awesome. He is the anchor of the show. He takes less breaks than I do. And even though he might talk less, I think when he does talk, he says things that are far more meaningful. All right, guys. Hope you're enjoying the show. We see Gukesh actually pondering. I thought he would grab on e3 immediately, but apparently there's another candidate move. I don't know what it is. What is Gukesh thinking about? Apart from how good Robert Hess is as a commentator, how good y'all are as a community. F3 is also winning? What? No, F3, queen takes F3. This is winning? Wait, F3, queen takes F3. What's the idea? And now A4. I mean, I'm looking at the engine, which is saying A4. And it's giving zeros. Wait, let me load this on my chess-based stock. And now it's saying white's winning. Wait. This requires a big boy stockfish. Just give me a moment, guys. Holy smokes, this is unbelievable. What is this?
What's what?
Gukesh apparently has an insane win instead of f takes e3, which he hasn't played yet. Look at this, Robert. He can play the move f3. Sorry, king h8, f3, threatening mate, deflecting the queen such that the bishop is now pinned, and now the move a4, and it's like +3. It's like Stockfish basically has to reach a high depth to even assess this correctly.
Is the threat's rook g4 or something like that?
The threat is rook g4. So let's say black plays rook e6, right? The threat is also rook gg5, and it's gg. Because rook h5 will send the king to g8, and then this pin will be decisive. But look at this line. If black plays queen takes h3, right? Queen
rook
to
d1.
Queen to b5.
Ay.
And rook h5 is completely unstoppable. If black plays queen to e2, which was initially the engine's move, rook to g2 only move. Stop it. STAWP.
This is very human, and of course, everyone saw this.
Wow.
Except for you, chat. Everyone knew this was coming.
Get me out of here. And it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. Queen h6, rook h5. Black has the f-pawn. How do you stop it, right? Guess what, Robert? You don't. Queen takes b7, f2. Only winning move, rook to h5.
Ay, ay, ay. This is actually just beyond wild.
And then it
And
ends here. Boom, boom, boom. And finally, rook h8, the only cleanly winning move.
so it's making me laugh, but Gukesh has not seen all of this yet. But the operative word done is yet because he hasn't moved. And if not f takes e3, he's got to be thinking about something.
This is ridiculous. Just very, very quickly, sorry to get so bogged down in this line. The reason you need to play rook g2, right? Why not the immediate rook g5 is because of f3.
Right.
And the bishop is able to block the check. So you need to actually deflect the bishop to f2. This is the point of this move. You need to invite bishop f2. Here, actually, you can take on f2. But here's another crazy line. Why do you need the initial f3? Why can't you play the immediate a4? You know what the answer is? You need to deflect the queen. After bishop f2, rook g5, black has this maneuver, queen e1 check and queen e6. And apparently this holds the draw.
Okay, but this just doesn't look winning for white. So even if it was winning, I would not be brave enough to go down this variation.
And
but
they are going down. Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead.
No, I wasn't going to say anything.
Sound like you were.
Well, f takes e3 is also winning. This is the thing. This is why this will remain behind the scenes. F takes e3, rook takes e3, queen b4 is a lot more boring, but also a lot more practical, I think, for Gukesh. But he's thinking.
Yeah, because even this position, right? Rook back to e8.
No, it's obviously plus 3.54, Robert. I mean, we did, like, obviously, yeah. And queen takes b7 here, apparently.
Right, like, come on. I mean, what's the point of that? Is f3 not possible, I guess, because rook h5 check?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. So f3, rook h5, king g8, queen d5, queen e6, rook h8.
Oh, sexy. Boom.
Oh, goodness.
Gukesh, I could just see myself spending 17 minutes just enjoying the lines and then not enjoying the feeling of losing on time.
What's that mate called when you like sacrifice all your rooks down the h file and then get your
I think
queen
that's
back?
called "This is take me out of here. This is ridiculous, mate." Disqualified from the tournament, mate, for finding it.
Yeah, that is just nasty, nasty, nasty. And
yes, I know the Fabi game is frozen, guys. Let's pull it back up. Nothing happened there.
they just shuffled files.
Yeah, I had to have ChessBase open. I don't have 16 monitors. I know people think I do. Now, the point that we're trying to make here, Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, is that f takes e3, rook takes e3 is hard to evaluate in the sense that, for all you know, you might be worse. Like, Gukesh is entertaining the thought that maybe I'm going to lose the game if I allow my opponent to get, you know, a scary pass pawn. Maybe he's looking at a4.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
I mean, the amount of different types of tactics we've been looking at, they're numerous, right? It's really hard to keep track of everything. And for Gukesh, he knows this is a critical moment. F3, as you pointed out, that is the winning move for white, but it's such a deep and difficult variation. But
Dude, the engine doesn't see it.
but that is true. And on the depth that it currently is, the engine doesn't see it. But Daniel, amongst all the criticism that the top players have about Gukesh, where they say, oh, he, you know, the way he won the world championship against a Ding who wasn't in form, this, that, and the other thing. What is the biggest compliment they always give him?
For Gukesh?
Yes.
His maturity, his, you know, wise beyond his years, and I don't know, what is it?
His calculation.
Oh, it sucks.
No, but they are always
sucks.
They always applaud his calculation, and the fact that he has stopped here, and he did take on e3 at long last, but the fact that he stopped there, I do wonder if he sensed that he had that f3 move, but he just couldn't figure it out in its entirety.
Gukesh's maturity is related to his calculation. He's always able to hold himself back, you know, not play a move instantly, to sense when there is a sudden choice. Will he be able to find queen to b4? That's a really important move to make, because if you play queen takes b7, you're not blundering mate, folks, right? Queen e1 check is met with rook d to d1. The rooks link up just in time. But here there's the move rook to g3, and suddenly white is facing an ultimatum. Either you blunder mate, which is not good, or you give up the g6 pawn, and even if you play rook d1, black can still play rook takes g6.
Oh, that's so nice.
Bad news.
And Danya, how many times have you had positions like this where you're looking for checkmate, it doesn't happen, you drop the piece that's supposed to help you checkmate your opponent, and then you see that f4 pawn, you freak out, and instead of even being able to hold, you lose. And queen b4 is deserving of the exclamation point.
And RB Ramesh, I think, who can definitely be called the patriarch, the architect of this incredible new wave of young Indian talents. He emphasizes calculation. He's the author of a book on calculation. And I've said many times that it was such a great privilege to train with him in preparation for the 2021 U.S. Championship, this is where my jacket comes from. But Ramesh, he will set up a position, and the training session will not involve a single move being made on the board. Every calculation is done in your head, which was just an incredible experience.
That's awesome. I remember back when you were trying to figure out, who you should hire as a coach, and you were thinking that it was wishful that you would get Ramesh. And when you worked with him, I remember how excited you were. So, what a legend! Someone who works tirelessly behind the scenes with many strong talents. So you see this game here. This is, just part of the. I won't even call it a finalized product. I mean, Gukesh still the best ahead of him. The youngster, he is the world champion, but he hasn't even hit his prime, which is scary to say.
It was myself, Murali Karthikyan, who has defeated Magnus with black, and of course Pragnananda in our little training sessions. And I was honestly in awe of their ability, their stamina. Prag, I would close out of the Zoom call, and Ramesh was like, "All right, Prag, time for your next 2-hour session." I mean, unbelievable. And also, of course, the behavioral component, right? You credit these players' parents, but you also credit Ramesh, who instills humility, stamina, all of the skills that you need for a long-lasting chess career, and all of the reasons that I'm such a big fan of Gukesh. A big debt of gratitude is owed to RB Ramesh, who came to Charlotte last summer, and a really inspiring figure for so many, not just Indian players, but also one former player and current commentator. Oh, look at this. Queen takes c2 and rook e1, also being defended against by the queen on b4.
But that's so easy to forget about. Like at some point, you take queen takes b7 with tempo against the rook, and it's an oopsie moment.
But look at this, rook to c1 by Gukesh. If black plays a move like a5 here, queen takes b7 is that oopsie moment you're referring to, but queen takes f4 is a beautiful multi-purpose move because it also prevents, among other things, queen takes c2, the queen slides back to c1, and we will be sliding away from this game.
Ooh, and done at f3 not possible because queen h4 and then queen h7. So I don't think that Wei has much in the way of firepower in this position.
He's lost. His initiative is fizzling out. The computer is indicating that moves like rook to e5 are the only way to keep hope alive. Rook to e6. No, that's not good. Because white just picks up f4 and everything is stable.
So black gets the g6 pawn, but the black king isn't safe nonetheless. So
and you're down a pawn, and you're down a full pawn.
Full pawn. White's king is healthy now with the rook on c1. So yeah, that's not going to do the trick. Gukesh, I mean, these last 4 rounds, he's been endlessly entertaining. I think his second, Gaevsky, is probably like, hey, that opening, you're trying something new, but maybe don't scare me so much. And the job of a second is nerve-wracking because you do a lot in the way of preparation, and when prep goes wrong, you feel guilty and you kick yourself. But Gaevsky is one of the best seconds in the world, that's very clear, and doing a great job with Gukesh.
There might be a lot of Z's in his name, but he is not catching any Z's right now. He is transfixed, as are we, on Gukesh's phenomenal calculation. Wei Yi, he's in last place this tournament. He's had incredible moments. He had that double Armageddon win where he defeated Magnus, and then on the next day, I think Hikaru, or the other way around.
And someone else. I feel like he won 3 in a row.
Yeah, how is this guy in last place? We don't know, but it's not because he's been in bad form. I like to say this sometimes, his opponents have won a lot more than he has lost, and Gukesh certainly hasn't won just yet. A lot of work left to be done, and only 13 minutes left on his clock. Okay, where to now? Magnus in Fabiano continue to shuffle their pieces back and forth. Magnus trying to infiltrate with his last move, rook to b1. Scary, scary for Fabi.
I'm just making one point about the Fabi game, that for Magnus, what he's doing a really good job of is like just kind of juking here, there, which pawn do you need to stop. But if Fabi is going to take any pawn, he needs to take the c pawn, because if white is left with that pawn, it's quite far from the black king, and getting a rook behind it could lead to some winning rook and pawn endings. So Fabi wants desperately to grab that c5 pawn, but with the rook b1 played, Danya, a rook coming to b6, it's looking scary. Even if black is holding, it does look worrisome. Queen f5, maybe still rook to b6. You give up the h5 pawn and then try to go rook d6 next or something like that. But I know black will get a lot of checks.
And guess what? I don't like to overstate the case in this regard, but here I think it's true. Magnus is playing Fabi's clock as much as he's playing the position, because white has the luxury as the attacking side to say, you know what? I'm going to make black spend 7 minutes calculating a certain move, but I never intended to go down the rabbit hole, right? So just kidding, rook to e1, let's keep things stable. White has the luxury of doing that, whereas black has to continually react to all of white's moves and calculate all of those lines, because you don't know if Magnus is planning on going for them. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. And I just want to quickly shout out Lei Tingzhe beating Humpy Koneru with the white pieces. I mean, Humpy just blundered a piece in one turn, and that was the game. But for Lei Tingzhe, that's very, very good news for her. She was trailing in the standings. Now she is closing that gap and just behind Humpy. But I think Anna Muzichuk, if she converts, she will be in first place.
And Sara Kadem, Vaishali, her opponent had her back against the wall. She still has her back against the wall, 3 minutes to 20. But the position is holdable for Vaishali. I'm keeping an eye on that game on my phone. So we can go there if anything crazy happens. Everything crazy is happening all at once. But that is Norway chess for you.
Yeah, we're treated to just fighting chess no matter which game we turn to. Is it worth just either putting on the Ju and Jun game against Anna Muzichuk, because Ju and Jun down to 6 minutes, Danya, and has no space for any of her pieces.
Instead of the Fabi game, maybe?
Yeah, just for now. We'll keep an eye on it, of course.
Yeah, don't worry, folks. We will bring you that game momentarily. Here's the Ju and Jun game. Oh, and Anna Muzichuk is setting up all sorts of shenanigans. This time, plural.
It's about time.
Well, white doesn't have much time, and it was time for her to move, and she does. And Ju and Jun's only big asset here, apart from her so-called extra exchange. Oh my god, is there... Sorry to keep going crazy. Queen h5, bishop g4, queen takes g4, bishop b4 and f3.
Oh my goodness.
I think it works. And so does the eval bar, more importantly.
Oh my goodness. That is picturesque.
That is like Gormali Sutovsky from Gibraltar.
Oh my goodness. Just give up the queen. Don't even take it back. And just get those pawns going.
Ka-ching.
Because you'll win the
Ka-ching.
queen and the rook. Oh, yeah.
Ka-ching, and you eliminate all of white's pieces. Now, this is actually crucial. For Anna Muzichuk, if she plays queen h5, that means she sees this line.
Can I ask a boring question?
Yeah, please do.
Queen h5, bishop g4. If she played queen h4 there and wasn't so adventurous.
Also, but knight g3 actually is not clear because of king g2. You're right. Queen h4 is also fine.
But not nearly as winning and not nearly as fun. So I was just wondering if it was the only choice, but your variation is beautiful, and I'm sorry for even suggesting anything else.
No. Anna's play in this game has been beautiful. All credit to her, and queen f6 is a completely suitable alternative to queen h5. So black is spoiled for choice. That is the point. I'm fully expecting Ju and Jun to sack the exchange back, and not because she loves her position, but because you need some source of counterplay. You need to keep this pawn on e6 alive. The women's world champion did something really, really bad a couple of moves ago that led to the situation.
And Anna Muzichuk just in great shape right now. By the way, if you can refresh the Gukesh game, it looks like a couple moves have trickled in here. Rook e4 by Wei Yi attacking the white queen. The queen slides to a5, not just attacking a little pawn on a7, but once more rook h5 check. That's the scary move that leads to a checkmating attack.
And White's queen is multitasking to great effect, defending and attacking all at once, protecting the e1 square and preventing queen takes e2, and setting up this devastating threat. You can just sense the noose being tightened move after move. But look at the position on the small board, Robert. Look at what Ju and Jun did in this position. It's the double-edged position. After e6, the engine is giving equality. d4, just hanging the pawn. And the bishop d2. Just inexplicable.
I don't have a response. I will say that while that position was equal according to the engine, I think black was better practically,
question
and
about it.
every single grandmaster would take the black side there. But yeah, that was a very strange decision to hand your opponent a pass pawn.
And I don't mean to criticize the women's world champion who defeated me in our only over-the-board classical game in St. Louis in actually a phenomenal style. So it happens, obviously, but some sort of hallucination. And it's precisely because of her skill and stability that I'm surprised at that decision. All credit to Anna Muzichuk, though, for the exchange sacrifice, which led to that situation. We'll be showing that after the round ends. Okay.
So should we bring back up Magnus versus Fabiano? Because Fabiano has a big choice right now. Magnus has given him a pawn, but I think that Fabi taking it would be a mistake. And this is what makes one of the many things that makes Magnus so good. Danya, after queen takes h5, I think white just plays c6.
Oh, and no.
How are you dealing with that pass pawn?
This is dead lost. And look at Fabi's clock. He's under 10 minutes. Let's say I play queen f7 here. What's your move?
I thought I had rook b7 and...
Oh, no. And I can resign. Because e6 now becomes a serious possibility.
There are attacking chances, not just pass pawn trying to become a queen.
You can just sense the life draining from Fabi's face. It's like with every ticking second, the prospect of a pawn landing on c6, a pawn landing on e6, all of that gets scarier and scarier. What does Fabi do? How do you prevent c6?
Move your queen back to e6, perhaps, but that allows rook to b6.
What does the computer say? The computer says queen to d7 or queen to e6. Wow. Apparently, you can just go back to f5, and the threat of queen to c2 check prevents c6 indirectly.
Can you show me rook d6?
Rook f8.
Okay. So
all right, Stockfish.
Yeah, the point was that queen c2 check, king h3, and black, I think, has some checks, but not enough for all this.
Actually, queen to f2 here is best. Queen e4 check, queen to f3. Get your queen here. And that's now lovely. King h3, because the queen will also aim at the d5 pawn with check.
Way stronger, but the similar point that the black king doesn't have enough checks, and the d5 pawn will drop, and white's pass pawns are running. And Fabi down to 7 minutes, 40 seconds. Danya, this is not looking good for the 5-time U.S. champion, the former challenger to Magnus Carlsen's title.
I think the game is close to over.
The chances are not good for black. It's just too complicated, and you're stopping two different pass pawns.
I know it sounds like an exaggeration, but given the trend of the game has been squarely in Magnus's favor for the last 20 moves. Fabi dealing with fatigue, dealing with the fact that he lost to Arjun. All of those demons are at his front door, and forget all of that. His position is terrible.
And as we're seeing in the chat, nobody squeezes water from a stone like Magnus. That is true. And for Fabiano, he's been playing accurate defense, but the problem is that he got himself in this situation to begin with. It was even material. He could have stopped that c-pawn a long time ago. Now he's down a pawn, trying to figure out a drawing mechanism, but there isn't an easy one. There's no forcing sequence. There's no queen e4 check, liquidating into a rook endgame. Not all rook endgames are drawn. Is that bar going down for Gukesh?
No.
Or is that just...
I love the move he just played. I love this move.
It looked like a great move, so I didn't understand why the bar went a little bit lower, but it just must mean that there was something even stronger instead of b3.
But this is where we really just need to look at the position with our own eyes, because the engine was saying, okay, rook d8 check apparently is the best move. It's +5. Takes, rook e8, check on d5. And queen e6 is met with rook to e1. This is actually the reason that this move works. Now, black can go king h8, and some sort of nonsense computer move rook to d1 here apparently is the best line. What Gukash says is, forget all of this. I'm going to make some luft. I'm going to eliminate permanently the possibility of queen takes e2, and I'm going to maintain all of the assets that I have in my position because you, sir, cannot play f3.
Yeah, b3 is just a natural looking move. It's strong, and I'm with you that some of those tactics you're showing with that rook e1 with the queen can be captured on d5, but the back rank checkmate is overwhelming. So this is, I think, just from bad to worse news for Wei Yi, that even when Gukesh makes a mistake, it's not actually a mistake. It's just a slight dip in the evaluation that's still completely winning for white.
And look at the clock now. Wei Yi under 5 minutes. So this move is aimed against black's clock as much as it is aimed to accelerate the pace of white's victory. It will take a huge blunder. It'll take a huge blunder from Gukesh to turn this game around. Rook e8 is the best move. Wei Yi bringing the rook back to the 8th rank. I'm fully expecting a move like rook d7 here.
And rook d7, queen e6.
Yeah. Rook takes b7.
And after queen takes g6, white's going to be up a bunch of pawns. And if I think the earlier point you made is such a good one, that if f4 falls, it doesn't even matter if g6 falls because black's king is still exposed. And Fabi took the pawn.
Oh, he took it. And out of desperation, he's just throwing all his chips into the middle of the table. He is essentially saying that if I just keep waiting, it's a matter of time before those remaining 4 minutes and 44 seconds tick down. C6 is going to tick upward any second now.
For Magnus now, it's just pushing your past pawns, but choose wisely. And in particular, the c pawn feels like a better pawn to push because it's further away from black's pieces, the queen on h5 in particular. So c6 means that the black queen has to slide back, and we have, in fact, seen the move on the board. And Danya, I think it's looking like it's almost over because white's plan is so obvious.
Absolute vintage Magnus right here. And look at how he's managed his own clock. 11 minutes and 50 seconds, just enough to work out the complications. You feel for Fabi, but I don't see anything short of a miracle saving him today.
Nope. For Fabiano, it's another game against Magnus that, I mean, you can't even call it slipped away. He was just, he was fine, you could say, but he was never better.
Well, in many ways, I think even more frustrating in some ways than his game against Arjun, Robert, because not playing knight b8, I hate to be the guy who just keeps harping again and again. And that is where things started getting bad. That moment where you seem to have two equivalent moves is where he could have prevented any of this from haunting, once again, his nightmares tonight. King h7, one last attempt to evacuate the king to relative safety. I don't think it's going to work. What does white play now? Is it e6?
I think e6. You have two passers. Just push them, put your rook behind one of them, but just do not allow enough checks. That's the one thing that white needs to avoid, but with a centralized queen like this, Danya, there's no way.
And there's a beautiful symmetry here to white's passers where rook e8 is met with c7 and rook to c8 is met with e7. And here you have this devastating check on d3, and the king has moved from the frying pan into the fire. And back to the frying pan.
And then
back to the fire. Stop it.
Next time, promote to a bishop, please.
All right. No.
Well,
I can even make a knight.
I mean, we're laughing. We're having a good time. Fabi is certainly not. He looked like he was going to win Norway chess. If he had beaten Arjun in that classical game, he would have. He was leading before that game. He would have extended his lead thanks to a classical win. But instead, he lost. He's losing now to Magnus Carlsen. And Danya, what's so interesting to me is back in 2018 when they played for the World Championship, they were approximately level in rating. And Fabi came close to actually overtaking Magnus in rating if he'd won one of the games. But if you look at their overall head-to-head, it's completely one-sided, right? Mm-hmm. They drew all 12 classical games during a World Championship. But outside of the World Championship, Magnus Carlsen dominates like he does against pretty much everybody. So, I mean, I hate to talk about those World Championships from yesteryear, but I think I understand Magnus's points more and more when I see his record against people who held steady with him, who were competitive in the World Championship. You have so much time to prepare. It's a completely different environment. And for Magnus, he dominates in pretty much every other format against those players.
And for Fabi, a lot to analyze, a lot of questions to answer coming into the candidates, because there have been moments where he's faltered, moments where you expect someone of his caliber to just sort of automatically play the best move. You've had time scrambles where he's consistently gotten tricked, whether it's Gukesh at the Olympiad, Arjun yesterday. Fabi is such an amazing player. He's had so many bright spots this tournament, but he will be weighed down by some of the painful moments that he's had, whether it was the round 1 loss to Hikaru, a rebound, and then now losing to Magnus. But he is one of the most resilient, one of the most psychologically strong players, period, right? You don't build a career as long and as successful as Fabi unless you can get back on your feet, analyze the reasons for your losses, and then improve in the next tournament. That's all that you can do, no matter whether you're 700 or 2,700.
And for Fabiano, it's going to hurt. He never likes losing chess games, and probably especially against Magnus. But he has already qualified for the candidates, so that's something that he can look forward to, even if today is going to be a sad day.
As Wisem says in the chat, Fabi losing 2 classical games while in the lead. It's brutal, but it is yet another twist. We've had a lot of twists of fate here in Norway Chess 2025 with nothing decided going to the last round. Of course, as I said, Magnus always wins the tournament, so we know that that will be the final page. But how will it be? Okay, forget. Cut. Talk.
Well, I was going to say that Gukesh is very close to Magnus. They enter the round a half point apart, and if they both win their games, then Gukesh, he will leapfrog Hikaru and Fabiano into second place. And in the final round, who's Magnus playing? He is yet to play?
Well, I don't know yet. We'll figure out in a second.
I can't remember.
I'll check it as soon as... Oh, and Vaishali's game is insane. She's down to 20 seconds and close to losing. Ju and June. Oh, ho, ho!
What happened?
A beautiful move by Anna Muzichuk. She did play Queen H5 and then followed it up with a lovely sacrifice. Holy
So
cannoli.
show us.
Okay, I'm going to put it on Gukesh's board. By the way, Gukesh's game is not over, guys. There's still some work left to be done. Okay, don't you think it's over?
Wow, I see it on the screen there. Bishop e4 double x7. The whole point, it looks like, if I'm seeing this correctly, Danya, is after f takes e4, and only now bishop takes b4 is possible, and rook takes e2. If I'm seeing this correctly, queen takes e2.
Oh, that
Queen
is
trade.
ridiculous. Checkmate. Just kidding. And look at
E7.
it goes on.
One.
Oh, and bang.
That's crazy.
What is in that fish soup, folks? She is cooking with some fish oil, is Anna Muzichuk, because the immediate bishop takes b4 would have run into rook takes e2. Unreal.
That's a
Bishop e4. How do you see that?
It's a mesmerizing sequence, and bishop e4 deserves those 2 exclamation points. Double exclam, brilliant, and it just gets the bishop into an attacking diagonal versus a defensive one. It was protecting the pawn on d3, but this is way more important and done. And bishop g2, defending that pawn, walked into knight g3 mate.
Oh my god, that's not just a fork, it's just checkmate. And apparently c5, taking a page out of Fabiano, Carlsen versus Fabiano, is the best move, but it is also unfindable in 2 minutes. And apparently the engine says e7 here. No, this is just computer nonsense. Ju and June is going down. This is over. I don't see a move. Queen takes e2, walks into bishop takes f3 check. Another important detail.
Yikes.
Anna Muzichuk. How much wood could a Muzichuk chuck?
Well, if we're talking about the chessboard, yeah, she can create masterpieces. That's clear. And there's still so much life left in some of these games, Danya. Vaishali against Sara Kadem, it's just a game of tag where Vaishali is chasing Sara's king around, and we'll see if that king can run away successfully.
And Muzichuk will take on e7, thereby protecting the rook on d8 and eliminating the possibility of rook takes e2. She is down to 5 minutes, so the game ain't over till it's over. Choose your cliche. but it'll take a massive, massive blunder here for Anna to spoil what has been an incredible game. Same goes for Magnus. Which pawn does he push? Is it Charlie? Is it Emily?
You're struggling to come up with a name there. I
Emin?
think that
Oh, Hanan?
so C. That's funny. Wait, E7, the C6 pawn drops.
So you got to be very careful, Daniel. Rather than just shouting out random moves. I think C7, Rook A3 is maybe Fabi's last hope. No, but that's ridiculous. Come on. Queen
What
F4.
about- Wait, is Queen takes D5 here good for white?
Then Robert Hess came along and just said, why can't we just grab that gosh darn pawn?
Because Rook A3 is met by Queen E4.
Lovely. And it's curtains.
Greg Schaudi's here.
Very good, very good. Yeah, you got to be gentle with me here. And he's taking.
Yeah.
Jen.
It just missed that one. Sorry about that. Queen E4 though, just trading queens off. Fabi is toast right now, and Magnus is going to be celebrating this victory because he will be in first place in Norway chess.
And I'm very concerned that Anna Muzichuk is not making a move. Gukesh is completely winning, guys. Nothing to look at there just yet. This is where the action is going to be unfolding. Why is Anna Muzichuk not making a move? And look at us predicting the final couple moves of Magnus versus Fabi. Queen E4, I think, will be triggered. Will trigger resignation.
Yeah, the queens come off, and then the black rook cannot stop both the pawns, particularly the E6 pawn, because there's a rook behind it, and that is game over. Magnus, he just does Magnus things, doesn't he?
Another devastating L for Fabi. And for younger players watching us, look at how Magnus is not rushing. Every move, he takes at least 30 seconds, double, triple checking with the tournament potentially on the line, and Queen E4. The clocks will be paused, the hand will be extended, and Fabiano will have another sleepless night tonight. Bishop E7 has been played in Anna's game. I don't see a move here for the women's world champion. Gukesh has won. Wei Yi has resigned, and simultaneously, Fabiano has resigned as well.
The results are in. Gukesh, the world champion, gets it done. Magnus Carlsen, world number 1. And Magnus is back to gaining rating points in this tournament. I know that may seem inconsequential, but he has been in good form, I would say, throughout most of it, and he has a plus score. What is happening here, Danya? I see a G pawn that is only getting so far, and whoa, I see 10 gifted subs to your channel.
Oh my gosh, so sorry. I'm not able to see everything. I'm just trying to pull up all the ongoing games so we don't miss any of the action. Trade queens. If you're Anna Muzichuk, get the queens off the board so that your passed pawns can have their moment in the sun.
Yeah, that looks very
Thank
strong.
You for the subs.
As long as Anna doesn't blunder, rook takes e2. Like if you rush bishop to b4 or something like that, you would drop your knight because the d8 rook is loose. So as long as Anna's careful, she should be in good shape.
She's got under 2 minutes now, and we know that the clock can play tricks on you. The move here, according to the computer, is knight to c3. Rook to d2 and bishop to h4 ends the game because the e4 pawn will fall. Let me just quickly put this on the board, folks. Boom, boom, hanging, rook on e1. Anna plays the other move first. Totally sufficient.
Yes, the rook takes e2, d takes e2. The bishop still protects that rook. It's far away, but it's defended.
On the small board to your left, we have Sara Kadem trying to win a huge game against Vaishali. And I think c4 should just end it.
Wait, c4? Because you can't play g7.
Because of mate.
Yeah, you're going to lose the game on the spot there. You have to give up your queen.
Yeah, it's not mate, Danya. Queen h5 is worse than mate, let me tell you.
What about queen f1? Last hope for Vaishali.
Well, she plays queen to d5, and now Sara is going to surround the pawn, but you got to be careful. No, there's no perpetual. Come on, who are we kidding?
There's a lot of checks, though, even if it's not perpetual.
And you could try to go for stalemate. You could try to go for some sort of stalemate here. You know Hikaru says stalemate. You can say stalemate.
Trust me, I knew who you were doing an impression of. But I'm still confused, Daniel. Rook G2, Queen D1 check. There are going to be so many checks against that black king.
If you're Sarah, go Rook G1 here. Prevent even the hint of a perpetual. She got 7.5 minutes. That's such a luxury here. Ugh.
And look at the
Jun.
other game. Yeah, Rook A1.
Ugh. Takes is what she wants, but why not D2?
Or even probably G5 or many moves that...
All
Yeah,
roads lead to Lviv.
D2, Bishop G4, last ditch effort, last hope.
Yeah, that's what she plays.
Yep. As you would say, you better Lviv it. She's got it under
She's from
control.
Lviv. She is from Lviv.
She is, yeah.
One of probably the center of chess in Ukraine. Lviv has produced so many strong male and female players. Alexander Ipatov among them.
I was never sure if it was Lviv or Lvov.
Depends on the pronunciation. Lvov is sort of the Russian pronunciation, Lviv, Ukrainian, but it's a beautiful city, and it has given birth, literally and figuratively, to decades-long chess culture.
For sure. And, well, Musichuk, with that 10 seconds added per move, she's not going to be in any time trouble. She can just walk her king forward. White has no plan. Black can play king g6, pawn h5 is exactly what she's doing, Danya, and there's nothing that Ju can do about it.
Surgical precision, and Andrei Volokhin, also from Lviv, by the way. And rook to g1, surgical precision on both boards here. Vaishali watches her second stick down, such a painful game. She had her chances, but she did not manage her time well at all in this game.
No.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. Why are you apologizing?
No, I mouse slipped an arrow, and that would blunder both rooks.
Oh, that's funny, because I didn't see that, because I had to open up the stream back again for that. But yeah, both rooks are attacking the g-pawn, and that should do the trick.
Lviv Friedman.
Is Belyavsky also from there?
It's a great question. I have no idea.
Yasser would know.
Alexander Belyavsky. And A4, yeah. That's like the only legal move available in the position. But I will say with 40, I mean, Anna Musichuk is like, I don't need those 50 seconds. I can win this with 5.
Because White has no plan. White can't even play rook A3 because then you can queen.
I'm just looking at Vaishali's game. There are some stalemate tricks, but I don't see how you even set that up because rook takes G6 will not lead to stalemate. The White king will always have the H8 square, unfortunately.
So rook takes G6, you're pointing out on the smaller board underneath the cameras. There is no Rosen trick there because the White king has enough space.
It's resign time after rook takes G6.
Yeah, one check on E2, and then Black plays C2, and very quickly the checks are done with.
And king to D4. Look at how beautifully Anna uses every single piece. All of the pieces are cooperating. It's a team effort. And bishop E1. Matter of seconds until Jun extends her hand and tips her hat, because you got to tip your cap sometimes when your opponent plays this well. Bishop E1 is the cherry on top.
I think she might play knight takes A4.
Bishop E1. Knight takes A4. Bishop E1. Wax on, wax off.
Yeah, hard to choose between two just incredibly winning positions.
C2 was played. Bishop E1 played.
You called it. You were right again.
And she's going to make chicken Kiev out of White's pieces here.
Well, she did
F3.
She did find her way through the entire board. I mean, her king was sitting on G8 not too long ago, or H8, or wherever it was, and now it's on D4.
Now, Robert Hess and Daniel Naroditsky, she wants to make everybody him. F3 check won the game on the spot, by the way, Robert. If I'm looking at this correctly, because of rook takes F3. Otherwise, you promote. But
you know how
is ruined.
You know how the saying goes, like, when you see checkmate, look for better. When you see an easy win, just find something nicer.
Right, maybe instead of proposing, assuming Diana should just watch how actual classical players convert their advantage. Now, for Sara Kadem, watch out. There is a stalemate here in the cards if she cooperates.
But rook G6 to G4.
And she won't.
Protects the pawn and threatens two different mates in the H file. And actually, White loses the queen by force.
If White plays queen H5, don't even promote. Go rook G7 check and pick up White's queen.
Exactly.
Resignation.
is upon us.
And I pull up both boards here. Will be dedicated to one game. Okay.
Okay, bishop e2 is like not even really a threat for Jun.
But
I was gonna say, look out.
F3, rook takes F3, D1, queen, rook F4 is a little bit annoying, but there's rook D4 in that position. No,
Yeah, but then
that's
bishop,
not good.
Yeah, bishop takes D1 there.
I'm a little bit concerned here. But just
Are you
a little
actually?
bit. A little bit.
I'm 0% concerned with all these extra
H4.
pawns. Yeah, H4. Ah, you're trying to trick me. If I take, you're gonna take on F4 with check. And she's played it. Knight C3 though.
Bishop D1.
And then take on H4. Yeah.
No, it's winning. But okay, I've seen players panic here, but okay. Do not take H4. But okay. 30 seconds for Anna Muzichuk.
Is it still blunderable? That's the big question.
Any position is vulnerable. Trust me. Anybody who's watched my stream knows that.
In this tournament, it seemed like that.
God, Jun won't go down. Jeez.
Yeah,
She just
now
keeps finding little ways to keep her pieces just.
King D3. So the bishop moves bishop G6 check. There's King E2 with tempo. I'm trying to get a quick H5, H6, and so on.
Well, quick H5 is upon us. And look at this. The bishop on G3 cannot travel back to E5. You got to be very careful not to let this pawn seep through.
Uh-oh. Wait, bishop E1, H5, knight E2.
She's got to see that, though, and she's got 14 seconds to do it in.
Oh.
I can easily see Anna panicking and grabbing the H4 pawn, and maybe that's the best that she can do here. King C2 is played, and I guess black is still winning, but King G4, and you got to be careful.
King G4, B5, B4, B3, B2, and you get the point?
But Robert, I think she might promote if King G4, and is that actually winning?
Well, I would not be doing that.
Suddenly, some precision is needed, though. You see what I'm saying?
I definitely see what you're saying. I would not be promoting because then the F4 pawn falls as well.
And I had to see rook takes F3 and rook takes it. That was a basic tactic. Would have eliminated the need for playing like a genius in this endgame, which she's doing.
You know what's actually kind of funny is that my instinct was B5, but then I was like, why wasn't A4? Just push the more advanced pawn.
King takes F4, B4, and you just can't do anything. You're up a rook.
Yeah, rook A1, A4, just the pawns keep going.
What if I play King E3 to set up rook F2?
That'll go D1. Promote? Yeah, I'll get to capture with check.
I think that's what we're going to see. Rook F2, King C1.
Clinical technique.
What if rook F2, King C1, rook F... No, nothing works.
Yeah, just promote. Also, rook F2, what about B3?
King E3.
Oh. I played right into your hands.
Well, she's on her last legs as the women's world champion. Bishop H5, trying to set up Bishop G6. Anna will not fall for it.
And now we see knight and 2 against rook and no pawns, and there are no pawns and no hope for white.
I knew it!
Same page.
What did you just say?
Ooh. I was trying to think of a Baltic joke, but I couldn't. You know, Baltic, I couldn't get it to work.
Just a hair-raising action here all around. What a day.
What a day indeed. And Jun down under 20 seconds. She doesn't have a way out of this. B3, B2, and black will promote. The first promotion wasn't enough.
And even a cyborg, or shall I say a cyborgov, will not help you here.
There you go. There you go. And
King C1 skis?
King C1 and push and push. And that is that.
And that is round 9, the penultimate round. This tournament never ends, does it? It just keeps going and going and going. Just like black's B-pawn.
So we had one Armageddon between Hikaru and Arjun, and then that was the only one.
It feels like it was like ages ago, as the final game of this penultimate round concludes with a dazzling, dashing, phenomenal victory for the Ukrainian Grandmaster. And the women's world champion, her run to first place has met with a twist. It's Anna Muzichuk who is now in front.
Well, Danya, you promised everybody. Did you show how Music gave up an exchange? Because we sort of tuned in when she already had the squeeze going, and White could barely move, and Ju and June gave up a pawn. But there was a moment there that I think was very instructive and high level. And well, I know Music has played at a high level for such a long time. Beautiful stuff here.
Well, I'm wiped, so I'm going to do it briefly. But here in this position, f4 is a natural move. But how many of us would have recaptured with the pawn, allowing White's e-pawn to march forward to e6? Not Anna Muzychuk. She takes with the rook. I know what Levy would say. I don't have the voice box to do it. She takes with the rook, eliminating White's proudest piece. That knight on d5. Ju and June did not like that. And that immediately led, in a difficult practical position, to this blunder, this panic move d4. And Anna Muzychuk did not look back. What a game, what a day, and what a time for us to get some rest. Let's project the standings on people's screens. What do we have as a result? Magnus still leading.
Magnus is in the lead thanks to that win against Carlsen-Caruana, but Gukesh just a half step behind him. Gukesh gets the win against Wei Yi, and it's a luckless Wei Yi in this event. I mean, he's played some great games in Armageddon, Danya, but he hasn't won a single classical game against these top players. So he is down in last place, whereas everybody else, they've been very combative, trading off victories. But Magnus Carlsen just got a very important victory in this penultimate round.
And Fabi will be kicking himself. He was just in first place. He is now on the second half of the tournament, cross table. He loses to Arjun, and another heartbreaker. Great job responding to Magnus's preparation. He was one move away from being in the driver's seat, and instead he loses. He is not contending for first, but the world champion Gukesh Domraju. Just an unbelievable amount of resilience, fight, and just desire. He has willed himself to second place in this tournament, as has Anna Muzychuk to first place. And despite that painful loss, Humpy Kaneru still very much in the running.
But as you look at the pairings for the last round, Sarah Kadam against Lei Tingzhe, that will not have an impact on first place unless Ju and June wins and Vaishali can take down Anna Muzychuk, because you see Lei Tingzhe there. She has 13 points, so she would need zeros. Yeah, she would need zeros from Anna and Humpy. And for Humpy, she simply must win, because a win in Armageddon is only worth 1.5 points. And that means for Anna, I think a getting to Armageddon for Muzychuk secures her at least a tie, and the only person who can tie her would be Humpy by winning.
Would have to win. What a difficult win that would be against Ju and June, who will be solid tomorrow. And in the open, we have Arjun versus Magnus. Magnus, I think, will be playing for a win, but he will not be taking any undue risks because Gukesh has the black pieces against Fabi. He has lost 2 in a row, but he is still Fabiano Caruana. And Wei Yi versus Nakamura. Hikaru, mathematically, if he wins with black, he gets 16 points. If Magnus draws the classical and then loses the Armageddon, he only gets half a point, right?
No, getting to Armageddon is worth 1.
Oh, it's 1.5 for the winner of the Armageddon.
That's right.
So if Gukesh wins the Armageddon, he gets up to 16. And he will be tied with Magnus if he loses the Armageddon. Anyways, enough. We'll put those calculations aside till tomorrow.
Danya, you are enough. Thank you to everybody who's been tuning in, watching us each and every day. You can hear it in our voices. We're nearing the end of the event, so we're a bit quiet because we're sad by that fact, but we've also used every ounce of energy trying to cover each and every brilliancy, blunder, and time scramble. So please just follow the channels right now so you can be back tomorrow, same time and same place, 11 a.m. Eastern time. I live in London. It's 4 p.m. local when the round begins. But we are going to bring coverage of the last game. And please, as we said, just stick around. Show your support in any way that you can, because we're going to try to make this a common occurrence, and we're doing this fully independently. So thank you, everybody.
Every one of you makes that possible. Yeah. Robert, you make that possible, and I apologize for not having the eyes to thank everybody who has subscribed, who supports us, whether it's with your attention, with your wallets. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being a lovely, captive audience, and we will keep you captive tomorrow. I'm sure you'll be captivated by the final round. Everything is on the table. This tournament is far from decided, and we will see you here at 11 a.m. Eastern time sharp. Do not miss it. Cancel your meetings. Get ready, and keep your seatbelts fastened through the night. We'll be back in under 24 hours.